in, in digital PET-CT and whole imaging equipments in radiology. So I request Mr. Gopi to take forward from here.
Good evening, everyone. So I welcome you all to this ONCOCON conference, and today we are going to look after the imaging and oncology products which United Imaging Healthcare is offering, and we are also going to, look at the advanced imaging technologies in oncology for all CT, MRI, and PET-CT equipments. So we, United Imaging Healthcare, started off this journey in 2011, and we are into India through Medica Bazaar. So Medica Bazaar is the India's biggest B2B platform for medical supplies and equipments. So for the imaging equipments, we are the aggregators for United Imaging Healthcare, and we are so happy to announce that we are so glad to have, combined with Subharti University for the orders which they have placed to us. So our main vision is to lead the healthcare innovation, and our mission is to bring equal healthcare to all. So let's move on to the portfolio of the products. So in MR, we have 4 different portfolios. So we start off with the 1.5 Tesla normal MR, and we have a wide bore 1.5 Tesla. So in Subharti, we are going to install the high-end 3 Tesla system, which is UMR 780, which is going to be installed in next February. And we are always advanced in technologies. So we have already invented 5 Tesla MRI, which is not all there in the market right now. So this is a high performance gradient with 120 200 gradient performance, which with neuroscience research, and it's a multi-volume transmit with low site requirement of 3 Tesla itself. And moving on to CT, we are into a different sequence of CT scans. So in India, normally we are coping up with 16 and 32 sequence segments. So now we have moved on to a different segment. So we start off with 40 slice CT, which is a 40 row of detector. It's a true 40 slice CT. Then we have a 80 slice CT. Then we move on to the cardiac segments, which is UCT 780, the 160 slice CT, which also will be installed in Subharti by the end of March. So as I was talking here, so UCT 780 is a 160 slice CT system with a 0.3 seconds rotation, and it has a 70 centimeter bore with 200 second coverage. So we have a detector called Z detector, and we have 2 techniques called Easy Logic and Easy Scan techniques, which is a single click post processing techniques. So we have, the systems comes with a 7.5 MHU tube with a 100 kilowatt generator. So we have 5 different modes of KVP modes from 70 till 140. So we have a 4 centimeter detector with 1024 reconstruction matrix, and we have the industry's smallest thickest elements, which is 0.55 mm. So moving into molecular imaging, so in the digital PET-CT platform, so United Imaging does not offer anything in analog, so we always move into digital platform. So we have 3 different models in digital PET-CT. The main thing is UMI 550, which is a 24 centimeter field of view with 80 slice CT, which is going to be installed in March again. in Subharti University. So we have a digital PET MR as well, which has already been installed in India. In Hyderabad in Omega Healthcare. So we have different types of digital mammography and digital radiography products. So we have a ceiling mounted and floor mounted DR, and we have a UMammo 590i and 890i, which is a 2D and 3D mammography systems. So we are the first in the industry to get the radiotherapy equipments through Linacs. So this will be the first CT integrated Linac system which is going to be launched. So it has already been launched all over the world. So in India, it will be launched within next March, so that you'll not have to do separate CT scans differently. Then we are the first company who has bought the world's first total body PET CT U Explorer. So where you can do the whole digital body PET CT scan within 30 seconds, and it's a 194 centimeter tunnel. As you know, United Imaging has everything in-house manufactured with R&D technologies, and all the magnets till the workstation, everything is in-house manufactured. So we are also coming up with 9.4 Tesla MR, which is a preclinical MR, and also U Bio Explorer, which is the world's first large animal whole body PET CT. So, including Subharti, we have already crossed around 400 plus orders in India right now. So, we are the fastest company who has acquired this feat till now. So, with the help of Dr. Krishnamurthy, we are so happy that we were able to club with Subharti University for the United Imaging Healthcare, and I also like to thank Miss Lovely ma'am and Dr. Sachin for all the support which he has provided to us. Now I call upon Mr. Bhupender Kumar to present the MR oncology products. Please come.
वो चाहिए। लेकिन हम ये मानते हैं कि अगर किसी एक ऐसी फील्ड है जहाँ पे मे भी हम लोग बेस्ट नहीं है, तो हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं बेस्ट होने की। तो जहाँ पे बेस्ट है वो बेस्ट है, और जहाँ पे नहीं है वहाँ पे बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग अटेम्प्ट है। हमारी पूरी टीम जो है बहुत ही ज़बरदस्त टीम है। यंगस्टर्स हैं जिनके पास एनर्जी का कोई कमी नहीं है, और सीनियर्स हैं जिनका एक्सपीरियंस है लोगों को गाइड करने के लिए। इससे मेरे को लगता है कि सुभारती इज़ द बेस्ट चॉइस। आपकी पॉकेट को और आपके एथिक्स को दोनों ही तरीके से सुभारती इज़ द बेस्ट चॉइस फॉर एनी कंट्री।
मैम कहना चाहिए इस पर कि सुभारती ही क्यों प्रेफर करें?
देखिए, सुभारती इसलिए प्रेफर करें क्योंकि हम सिर्फ इलाज नहीं करते, हम दिल से इलाज करते हैं, और इलाज सिर्फ उपकरणों से नहीं होता। हम बेस्ट नर्सिंग केयर देते हैं, हम पेशेंट के साथ जुड़ के उसका इलाज करते हैं। सिर्फ बीमारी का इलाज नहीं होता, मरीज को हर तरीके से इलाज किया जाता है, प्रेम से इलाज किया जाता है। और अगर इलाज करने में सिर्फ पेशेंट को उस तरीके की केयर मिलती है जैसे उसको लगे कि हाँ उसका कोई अपना इलाज कर रहा है, और बीमारी तभी ही ठीक होती है जब पर्सन मन से ठीक होना चाहता है। कैंसर एक ऐसी बीमारी है जब पर्सन अंदर से दिल से कमजोर हो जाता है और उसको लगता है कि वो टूट रहा है, हम उसे टूटने नहीं सकते, इसलिए हाँ। जय।
सर आप कुछ कहना चाहिए?
बस सब लोग बात करेंगे, व्हाट इज द बेस्ट। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
थैंक यू ऋषि। आई प्लीज हैव समथिंग। तुम डाइटिंग को इनको खा लो।
And I'm the application manager for MRI modality for United Imaging India. So the product which is going to be installed at Subharti University is UMR 780. So this is the first North India digital MR with the whole body applications. So whenever you are thinking of MR system, there is a concern in every person that the MRI system will take approximately 25 to 30 minutes. So this is not a normal 3 Tesla. This is a next generation 3 Tesla. So what are the benefits it offers you? You can scan the patient at a speed of CT. So just like the CT scan will take 2 to 3 minutes, the MR procedures will now take less than 3 minutes. So these are the technical specifications. So this is a 48 channel system with 40 to 220 gradient, which is the highest in this segment, which allows you to do higher end applications of neuro as well as whole body. So there is a normal, you can say, concern in 3 Tesla. Whenever you are scanning a patient, there is a dielectric artifact or a shading artifact. But in this system, we are providing a dual RF transmitter, which is handling those artifacts, and it reduces the shading artifacts. So these are the whole body applications. So starting from head to toe. So starting from normal routine application to the advanced applications like perfusion and DC analysis, which is most, you can say, useful in terms of oncology applications whenever the patient is coming for therapy response treatment. So this application is very useful. So along with that, we have fat analysis and calculation technique in the liver analysis. So the main thing, if you see for any MR system, the quality comes from the coils. So here in Subharti University, we are supplying approximately 17 to 18 coils, which covers approximately 90 to 95% anatomies, which is the highest in the India. If you compare all over the India, these are the highest number of coils. So approximately each and every anatomy we are covering with the dedicated coils. So we are talking about the acceleration in the MRI. So currently this system comes with the 5th generation acceleration technology. So all other systems which are installed in North India or in the India, they are somewhere around the 3rd generation and 4th generation. So this system comes with the ACS, which is a AI based comprehensive sensing, which allows you to scan a MRI at a speed of city. So these are the applications. So you can see the brain, spine, joints can be scanned less than 100 seconds, which is very, very useful in terms of patient comfortable. So this is the example. So the upper row, if you see, the scan time is 6 minutes 46 seconds. The lower row, without losing any image contrast or resolution, we can scan the patient in 64 seconds, which is very useful. So same for stroke protocol also. So within 4 minutes 56 seconds, you can finish the stroke protocol, which is a combination of all the routine sequence along with the advanced applications of perfusion and time of flight non-contrast angio. So the same applies for spine also. So joints also, you can see the scan time is drastically reduced. In the 98 seconds, you can scan the shoulder joint, knee joint, and the small joint like wrist also. So the another thing people are facing in MRI is the motion artifacts. Most of the patients are uncooperative. So in that case, your quality always uncompromised. So we have a solution with the ACS. You can lower the breath hold time for abdominal imaging as well. So with the ACS and combination of united comprehensive sensing, you can scan the liver with a 0.5 seconds of temporal resolution, which is the highest. So not only 2D imaging, the 3D imaging you can also acquire a lightning speed. So this is the dedicated coils we are supplying for advanced neuro applications. So it's a 32 channel coil, which can be used in a combination of carotid coil. So this carotid coil is a proprietary coil from United Imaging, can be used for vessel wall imaging. So if you see the image quality or the resolution of the images from 32 channel coil, you can compare with the anatomy atlas. So for spine also, all the 3D isotropic resolution can be acquired in a less than second. So basically, whenever you are talking about oncology, the first thing comes in the brain is PET-CT or PET imaging. But in MR also, we have an application called DWI imaging or diffusion weighted imaging, which can be used as a follow-up support for PET-CT. So this is an example of UCS 4D, so 0.5 second per phase of liver dynamic. So based on that, you can create your time intensity curve also, which is a quantitative evaluation rather than going for qualitative analysis. So also for diffusion, people have a brain set that the diffusion images slightly take a longer time. To tackle that thing, we have a comprehensive sensing in the diffusion imaging as well. So for whole body DWI, it is a, you can say, the follow-up for PET-CT patients who are undergoing therapy or treatment follow-up. In that case, this whole body DWI is very, very effective. So these are some of the papers or articles which showing the accuracy of PET-CT, MR, whole body DWI along with PET-MR. So in the staging of tumor, it is very, very useful. So if you see the accuracy of whole body PET-CT is approximately 75% compared to whole body DWI MRI, which is a non-invasive, non-radiative, it is 84%. But in the PET-MR, it is 98%. But the PET-MR is non-viable technique. So for other applications of brain also, so we have a quantitative imaging, that is a DC analysis to see the therapy response of any particular tumor. So these are the neuro tumor segmentation. So this is one of the very unique tool of neuro imaging, which comes with this system. It is a single click tumor segmentation. And for quantitative evaluation of breast and prostate, we have a parametric mapping also. Like this, you can see the example. So for abdominal applications, we have U-Swift, which is a gradient eco sequence to differentiate between the calcification and hemorrhages. And for biochemical imaging in the cartilage therapy, this is also possible. So for whole body applications of angiographies, we are covering from head to toe. So this is an example of brachial plexus or neurography.
Very good evening, sir. Myself, Manish. Myself, Manish Vishwakarma. I'm taking care of application part for molecular imaging and United Imaging. In molecular imaging, United Imaging offering these three kind of systems as per their XLFOV. In UMI 550, which having a 24 centimeter of XLFOV for PET and 80 slice CT scanner, and in UMI 780, which having a 30 centimeter of XLFOV for PET and 160 slice high-end cardiac CT. And another model, that is a UPMR 790, which is a basically PET MRI, and which having a 3 Tesla MRI, and for PET part which having a 32 centimeter of XLFOV. And this is our world's first total body PET CT system, that is a U Explorer, which having a 194 centimeter of XLFOV. It means this system can complete a vertex to toe scan within a 30 seconds. It means that it's means detector size that is about to 2 meter. That is a unique from the United Imaging. And now molecular imaging is just going to be a digital. Means nowadays every vendors like Philips, means G, Philips and Siemens, everyone having a same kind of systems like digital. And this is first one, that is a UMI series, means that is a United Imaging digital PET CT systems. And another one, that is a G from Discovery, that is a Discovery MI. And this one Philips Varios. Philips Varios, that is a first digital PET CT system which launched in 2016, but nowadays they have shut down their businesses. And another one, that is a Biograph Vision, which is provided by Siemens. It means we can say nowadays our molecular imaging becomes fully digital. Means every vendor nowadays having a fully digital PET CT system. And this is a UMI 550 PET CT system, which is just going to install in this esteemed university, Subharti University. This is a fully digital PET CT system, which having this kind of configuration is 2.9 mm high in NEMA resolution. It means for clinical point of view, it gives a 1.4 mm clinical resolution, and which having a highest sensitivity. It means 11 CPS per kilobecquerel, it's giving to us a sensitivity. And XLFOV, which is again a 24 centimeter. It means this system can complete a scan within 4 to 5 minutes. In PET CT, we talk about the sensitivity, clarity, and coverage. Means higher the sensitivity, better the means lowest the injected dose for the patient, and higher the clarity means we talk about the NEMA resolution. It means higher the NEMA resolution, better the tumor localization and quantification, and higher the coverage means fastest the scan. And we are providing a 24 centimeter of XLFOV. It means our system can complete as a PET CT scan within 4 to 5 minutes. And United Imaging offering us some different kind of things like application hyper AT2 and hyper DPR, means reconstruction technology. In earlier days, normally awesome based reconstruction technology was available, but due to hyper AT2 and hyper DPR, which is United Imaging patented technologies, which improve the image resolution as per as signal to noise ratio in the images, and it gives a higher resolution, again which picks up smallest lesion in the study. These are some clinical proof points for United scans. First one, upper one rows, it's a conventional scan. One patient goes for the conventional analog based system, and which showing only 2 lesions. But same patient scanned on our UMI scanners, then you can see multiple lesions was there, and it means that shows a United imaging resolution. It means smallest lesion we easily can pick up by the system. And this is the brain imaging, means easily brain parenchyma is visible in these images, and we can just show like MRI images in PET imaging, which is much beneficial in Alzheimer's disease and dementia. And this is again some clinical proof points. It means smallest lesion we can easily detect with our PET CT scanners in a minimum doses. Same things happen in this scanner also. Just we have injected a 6 millicurie to a patient which having a 73 kg have weight, but still we are easily can detect small lesions in pelvic area. Again, we are showing some another clinical proof points and some unique features of our UMI 550. It means UMI 550, which is a first digital PET CT scanner which can complete a scan within a 4 to 5 bed. It means we can complete a scan within a 5 minutes. And it's a fully, United Imaging, it's a light guide in this detector, which is a light guide patented technology of UIH. And we are providing a 2.76 mm crystal size. It means smallest the crystal size, better the NEMA resolution, and that's why we are providing a 2.9 mm NEMA resolution. And we are again offering a highest crystal elements in our system. That is equal to 65,000 crystals are available in detectors. And United Imaging, which again are having a unique thing, like our system doesn't require a germanium source for calibration. It means only F18 FDG can be used for the periodic calibration. There is no requirement of the source for daily QC. And this is the latest technology for medical colleges normally, which can research on different points. And some clinical benefits are, we are just require a 50% of FDG dose for the patient. Only a minimum dose we can inject like 4 millicurie or 5 millicurie for a scan. Normally for an analog system, that is required at approximately 10 millicurie for the patients. And we can detect a smallest lesion with our system. And we are providing a highest quality of images, like we can produce a 600 by 600 matrix size. That is not possible on another systems. And our system is already ready for the future isotopes, like zirconium and copper 64, which can easily scan on our scanners. And nowadays we are using like F18 FDG, F18 DOPA scans, F18 PSMA, F18 meso, and again gallium 68, gallium PSMA, DOTA, and FAPI. All these are applications normally using for oncology cases, not for other cases, but for neurology and cardiology normally we are using F18 FDG. And whatever the benefits which in coming days is like in theranostic, our system is always ready for the upcoming radioisotopes, like which are just going to use zirconium normally, or just yttrium 90 normally theranostic. In theranostic cases, for to see in the biodistribution in the body, we can easily scan on our PET CT scanners. That's it from our end, and thank you so much for giving us this kind of opportunity to deliver the lecture. And thank you so much to all. Thank you so much, Subharti team. Yes.
So thank you, United Imaging Healthcare team, for a wonderful presentation. Jai Hind and a very good evening to all. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah, Sarve Santu Niramaya. With the blessings of Almighty, we commence today's event. I, Dr. Shubhangi Gupta, Associate Professor, Department of Pathology, on behalf of the Subharti Institute of Cancer Management and Research, Chhatrapati Shivaji Subharti Hospital, graciously welcome you all to the first SICMAR ONCOCON 2022. As we all know, India has one of the highest incidences of cancer and a very major cause of mortality. So, early detection, proper diagnosis, and timely management is a key to reduce the mortality rates caused by it. Hence, at Subharti, we proudly inaugurate the cancer block today under the leadership and head of the department, Dr. Arun Kumar Verma, sir. With starting of India's top-end radiotherapy and brachytherapy machine, that is the True Beam Linear Accelerator with rapid arc. So, today's CME emphasizes on the recent updates and role and the need of Cancer Center in Subharti, as well as how modern radiation therapy can be a blessing and boon for cancer patients. I hope this CME will widen our horizons of knowledge and will be beneficial to all of us. With the motivation of our visionaries present today with us, now we commence the scientific sessions. With an humble heart, I would like to introduce our guest speaker, Dr. Manoj Gupta, sir, Head of Radiation Oncology Department, AIIMS Rishikesh. He is a national and international awardee. Sir is a renowned name in radiation oncology and heads the department in AIIMS and is also heading the post of Dean Academics in AIIMS Rishikesh. Currently, Sir is the president of Association of Radiation Oncology. Sir was a founder of ICRO radiobiology course, which is conducted all over India. Sir formerly headed the Department of Radiation Oncology in Indira Gandhi Medical College, Shimla, Himachal Pradesh. Sir has many renowned national and international publications under his credit and has acclaimed many awards and fellowships. Sir is awarded with the prestigious Ireland's Champion of Youth Research Award in 2012 and an Outstanding Thesis in Asia Award First Prize in 2009. Sir has also received Director's Special Appreciation for SRF in 2007, 2004 and 2005. Sir is also a Senior Research Fellowship and with CSIR in Uttar Pradesh state level 2003 to 2005. With a glimpse of Sir's achievement and accolades, I request Sir to please come on the stage and throw light on our next topic, modern radiation therapy, blessings and for the cancer patient. I request our Vice Chancellor, Sir, Dr. G.K. Thapliyal, to please come and facilitate our guest speaker, Dr. Manoj Gupta, sir. Thank you, sir. This is slight change in the program as we have our guest, chief guest ma'am has arrived with us. So we'll start with the inauguration ceremony.
आगे नीचे
So we begin the commence to our welcome ceremony by welcoming our chief guest and the guest dignitaries. We are graced and bestowed upon with the presence of our chief guest, Honorable Srimati Neha Joshi ma'am, a very dynamic politician and an icon of the youth. Ma'am is a very proactive BJP leader from Uttarakhand and has been nominated as the National Vice President of Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha. Ma'am is the daughter of Honorable Shri Ganesh Joshi ji, Minister of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Sainik Kalyan and Gramin Vikas, Uttarakhand. Sir was supposed to be here with us, but due to his national duties and political commitments, he could not be here with us, but he has sent us a beautiful message which will be read later on. Ma'am is a true reflection of motivation and hard work and is one of the 7 vice presidents appointed in the new executive. Ma'am has also been performing the responsibility of national media co-in charge of Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha since the year 2017. She has also been often on leading news channels as BJP's national media panelist. She has also served for 3 years as a consultant in Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. During this, she has played a role in ensuring LPG connections under the Ujjwala scheme. Ma'am has done her post-graduation degree in social work from University of Washington, USA, with a primary education from Dehradun, and she has graduated from Delhi University. Words are not enough to summarize the achievements and accolades of ma'am. I request Honorable Dr. Atul Krishna sir, founder Subharti Group, Dr. Shalya Raj ma'am, CEO Subharti University, and VC sir Dr. G.K. Thapliyal sir to please come here and facilitate our chief guest, Honorable Srimati Neha Joshi ma'am. I request Dr. Krishnamurthy sir, Deputy MS, to also please come on the stage.
बोल देना यूं तो हम स्माइल करना करते हैं.
We are graced and bestowed upon with the presence of Honorable Respected Dr. V.V. Bhatnagar sir, Chief Patron SICMAR. Sir is the former head of Department General Surgery, Lala Rajpat Rai Memorial Medical College, Meerut. He is a former head of the department in Subharti Medical College and Professor Emeritus. Sir is a pioneer in the field of surgery and has invented new techniques and innovations in various modern surgical techniques. It would not be an exaggeration to say, I think every surgeon today in this region has been a student of the Sir and gained through his vast knowledge and experience. Sir has a keen interest in teaching and has worked tirelessly to revolutionize the world of surgery. In his vast years of experience, Sir has won many awards and achievements, and Sir has a unique vision for research and is a great administrator. With this, I would like to request Dr. G.B. Bhatnagar, sir, to please come on stage, and I would like to request Dr. Atul Krishna, sir, and Dr. Krishnamurthy, sir, to please felicitate sir and give a token of love and appreciation to sir. I would like to request Dr. Shalya Raj ma'am, CEO ma'am, to also be with us. I would like to request Dr. Arun Kumar sir, Head of Department Radiation Oncology, to please come on the stage. Guest speakers. It's my extreme pleasure in welcoming our guest speaker, Dr. G.K. Rath sir, who has taken time out from his busy schedule and graced our occasion. G.K. Rath has not arrived yet, so I would like to welcome our next guest speaker, Dr. Chintamani sir, Professor Dr. Chintamani, Head of the Department, Radiation Oncology, VMMMC, Delhi. I take this opportunity to welcome sir and for gracing our event and sharing his knowledge and experience with us. Sir is a governor, president from American College of Surgeons, Indian chapter. Sir is a fellow in Royal Society of Medicine, UK. Sir is a founder, president of Asian Society of Mastology, ASOMA. Sir is a prestigious member of Academy of Master of Surgical Educators. Sir is a joint editor of various national and international journals in surgical oncology. Sir has conducted nearly 30 scientific paper writing, hands-on workshop all over India under ASI and ACS. Sir is a National Honorable Secretary of the Associations of Surgeons of India. Sir is more than 100 scientific publications in international and national journals, peer review, and sir is an examiner of various facilities like MS, DNB, and MCH at AIIMS and various other universities. So I would like sir to please come on the stage, and I would request Dr. Hiru Hito, President MTV Buddhist Trust, to please come on the stage and felicitate our guest speaker, Dr. Chintamani sir. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to say a few words about our Honorable Dr. Atul Krishna Bhatnagar, sir, founder Subharti Group. Sir is the best general surgeon in Meerut, alumnus from LLRM Medical College, equipped with a post-advanced education in general surgery. Sir had a fantasy and vision to set up such institutions of instruction and preparing that would deliver exceptionally talented alumni and experts of scholastic greatness in each field and all parts of life. Graced with forevision, adaptability, and talented with a dynamic and vivacious character, Sir isn't just a presumed specialist of North India, but at the same time is an incredible giver, a scholarly mastermind, a visionary, and a humble leader. Sir is the father figure behind this institute whose vision has revolutionized the model of education in India. Sir, I humbly welcome you on the stage to please share your thoughts on the dream of Cancer Institute that is now a reality.
Thank you for calling me. Honorable, my teacher, Dr. V.B. Bhatnagar sir, our special guest, Neha ji, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Swami Vivekananda Subharti University, Dr. Thapalial sir, and several very important guests which are here. Dr. Rath has gone in a meeting. He's here. He has just gone in a meeting upstairs. Dr. Rath sir, Dr. Chintamani, Dr. Manoj, Dr. Kishore, and various teachers, students, and all the delegates of this conference. I welcome you all on this great occasion of inaugurating the radiotherapy unit and radiotherapy block of this hospital. As you all know, that our medical college has got an associated hospital by the name of Chhatrapati Shivaji Subharti Hospital. It was having the departments of oncosurgery and oncomedicine, and now which was lacking, that the department of oncoradiology, that has also been started. So this way, this hospital has become the place where every type of treatment can be done, whether it is by the medicines, by the surgical procedures, and by radiotherapy. And as you all know, that now malignant patient, sometimes we need all the three remedies. So now this has become the place where anybody can come, and I'm very much sure that the dedicated team of doctors that we have got, they will be able to give services not only to the people of public of Meerut and around, but it will be a center of recognition, center of excellence for the whole of the North India. इसके बारे में थोड़ा सा मैं आपको इतिहास भी बताना चाहता हूं. हमारे इसकी संकल्पना कि हम इस तरह का एक सेंटर यहां पर बनाएं, ये सन 2006 में हुई थी. और सन 2006 में डॉक्टर बीबी भटनागर सर, जो मेरे जीवन में एक ऐसा स्थान रखते हैं कि जो केवल गुरु का ही नहीं होता, लेकिन बड़े भाई का भी, पिता का भी, इनके इतने रोल हैं मेरे जीवन में कि मैं अगर उनका बखान करूं तो संभव नहीं है. मेरे मेंटर, मेरे टीचर, मेरे जस्ट लाइक माय फादर, मेरे एल्डर ब्रदर, मेरे प्रोफेशन में मुझको गाइड करने वाले, मेरी जान बचाने वाले, नॉट वंस बट ट्वाइस. ही इज ना, बहुत बड़ा हम लोगों के लिए सौभाग्य है कि सर हमारे बीच में यहाँ ब्लेसिंग्स देने के लिए मौजूद हैं. तो सर की अध्यक्षता में 2006 में हम लोगों ने सिकमार नाम से एक संस्था क्रिएट की थी, सुभारती इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ कैंसर मैनेजमेंट एंड रेडियोथेरेपी. लेकिन कुछ ऐसा रहा, उसमें हमारे बीच में डॉक्टर संदीप अग्रवाल आज आ नहीं पाए हैं. उनको किसी, अपनी वाइफ उनकी आ रही है शिकागो से, उनको लेने के लिए टाइम क्लैश कर गया कि वो फ्लाइट का टाइम है उनका, वो यहाँ नहीं आ पाए. तो डॉक्टर संदीप अग्रवाल, मैंने, सर की अध्यक्षता में हम लोगों ने एक संकल्पना की थी कि यहाँ पर इस तरह का सेंटर हो, और उसका नाम भी सिकमार रखा था. सर हमारे उस समय भी डायरेक्टर थे. और अब हम लोगों ने, सब लोगों ने मिलकर, पूरे हॉस्पिटल नहीं, पूरे यूनिवर्सिटी ने मिलकर ये रेजोल्यूट किया है, ये रेजोल्यूशन पास किया है कि सर हमारे डायरेक्टर जनरल रहेंगे, ये हमारे मेंटर रहेंगे, यही हमारे सब कुछ रहेंगे, इन्हीं के निर्देशन में हम लोग आगे बढ़ेंगे. इस सेंटर के बारे में मैं इतना जरूर कहना चाहूंगा कि इसकी टेक्निकल जो एस्पेक्ट्स हैं वो तो जो यहाँ के एक्सपर्ट्स हैं वो बताएंगे, लेकिन मैं इतना जरूर कह सकता हूं कि जो समाज के अंदर हम एक तरह देखते हैं कि तो 3 प्रकार के वर्ग होते हैं. एक वंचित वर्ग होता है, एक मध्यम वर्ग होता है, और एक एफ्लुएंट वर्ग होता है. तो जो एफ्लुएंट वर्ग होता है उसको तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, वो कहीं भी जा सकता है, बड़े बड़े कॉर्पोरेट हॉस्पिटल्स हैं, सब जगह सुविधा उपलब्ध है. जो वंचित वर्ग होता है वो भी परेशान ज्यादा नहीं है, क्योंकि वो नियति पे छोड़ देता कि मेरी तो किस्मत ही खराब है, मुझे तो इलाज मिलना ही नहीं है. सबसे ज्यादा जो परेशान होता है वो मध्यम वर्ग होता है. वो चाहता भी है कि मेरा इलाज हो जाए, लेकिन उसको स्थान नहीं मिलता, वो कॉर्पोरेट हॉस्पिटल को अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकता. और अगर सरकारी अस्पताल में जाता है तो इतनी बड़ी लंबी लाइन होती है कि पता चलता है कि पेशेंट का जब नंबर आया तो पेशेंट नहीं रहा. तो इसलिए एक ऐसा सेंटर जो कि मध्यम वर्ग को सबसे ज्यादा केंद्र में रखकर बनाया गया हो, और उसके साथ, क्योंकि सुभारती की जो संकल्पना हमेशा से रही है, वो रही है कि जो समाज का जो वंचित वर्ग है उसको भी सहारा मिले. तो उसको सहारा देने के लिए सुभारती ट्रस्ट द्वारा, जो हमारा MTV बुद्धिस्ट रिलीजियस एंड चैरिटेबल ट्रस्ट है, उसके द्वारा एक चैरिटी फंड की स्थापना की गई है कि जो जहां ऐसे लोग जो कि पॉवर्टी लाइन के भी नीचे हैं, गरीब हैं, बेचारे 2 वक्त की उनको खाना नहीं मिलता है, ऐसे में वो क्या इलाज कराएंगे. तो उन लोगों को सपोर्ट करने के लिए, अब दूसरी तरफ देखें कि सेंटर चलाने के लिए हमारे बीच में डॉक्टर सुनील गुप्ता जी मौजूद हैं. वो जानते हैं कि इस तरह का सेंटर चलाने के लिए, क्योंकि उनके यहाँ भी उन्होंने ये सुविधाएं उपलब्ध करा रखी हैं, तो जानते हैं कि कितना खर्चा आता है. तो हम लोगों ने, सब लोगों ने मिलकर, जिसमें मैं ये नहीं कहूंगा कि सिर्फ ट्रस्ट नहीं किया है, उसमें हमारे यहाँ के टीचर्स हैं, उनका कंट्रीब्यूशन है, हमारे यहाँ के स्टूडेंट्स हैं, सबकी भागीदारी है. तो एक ऐसा फंड क्रिएट किया गया है कि जिसमें कि कितने भी गरीब से गरीब कोई आदमी हमारे यहाँ सेंटर में आ जाए नेहा जी, तो वो यहाँ से वापस खाली हाथ इसलिए लौट के नहीं जाएगा कि उसका इलाज नहीं हो सकता. और मैं ये जानता हूं, मुझे वो याद है दिन कि जब मैं मसूरी में था, जब मेरा सिलेक्शन हुआ मेडिकल कॉलेज में, तभी मैं मसूरी में था. और उसके बाद जब मैंने MS कर लिया था और मेरे सामने सवाल था कि मैं आगे क्या करूंगा, प्रैक्टिस में बैठूंगा या जॉब करूंगा, तो मैं उसमें प्रैक्टिस में बैठना चाहता. तब भी मैं मसूरी में था, मेरे पिताजी वहां पर म्युनिसिपल पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट कॉलेज के प्रिंसिपल थे, तो उन्होंने मुझे इस शर्त के ऊपर प्राइवेट प्रैक्टिस शुरू करने के लिए अलाउ किया था कि तुम्हारे यहाँ से कोई मरीज इसलिए वापस नहीं जाना चाहिए कि उसके पास पैसे नहीं है। तो ये जो हमारा सेंटर है उस बेसिक थॉट को लेके यहाँ पर आगे बढ़ रहा है। खैर, मैं बहुत ज़्यादा लंबा समय आप लोगों के बीच में नहीं लेना चाहता। इसमें जो इस पूरे एस्टेब्लिशमेंट में जो हम लोगों की संकल्पना थी उसको अब जीवंत करने के लिए अगर अब मैं सबको क्रेडिट किसी को देना चाहूंगा तो डॉक्टर कृष्णमूर्ति को क्रेडिट दूंगा कि डॉक्टर कृष्णमूर्ति ने इसको जीवंत किया है, वो बहुत बहुत बधाई के पात्र हैं। और साथ में जो हमारा उनकी वाइफ जो डॉक्टर आकांक्षा हैं वो भी रेडियोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट में है, तो उनका पूरा कंट्रीब्यूशन है। दूसरा, ये पूरा जो एस्टेब्लिशमेंट आप देख रहे हैं इसको बनाने के लिए चलाने वाले वो मेरी बड़ी वाली बेटी डॉक्टर शल्या और उनके हस्बैंड डॉक्टर रोहित हैं। जो आप जिस हॉल में भी बैठे हैं इसका पूरा जो सारा बनाया गया वो डॉक्टर रोहित के द्वारा है। तो आई एम ब्लेस्ड विद सच गुड ऑफस्प्रिंग्स एंड देयर पार्टनर्स कि अब मैं तो केवल सोचता हूँ, करते ये सब ये लोग हैं। और इन शब्दों के साथ मैं मिला था, बताना आपको चाहता हूँ कि देहरादून में मैं माननीय जोशी जी से मिला, गणेश जोशी जी से, और वो उत्तराखंड सरकार में मंत्री तो हैं ही, लेकिन हम उनको बहुत मानते हैं क्योंकि वो एक धरातल से जुड़े हुए व्यक्ति हैं। नेता तो आपने देखा होगा कि बहुत होते ही हैं और विभिन्न प्रकार के नेता होते हैं। मैं उनकी कैटेगरी कोई नहीं बखान कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन मैं इतना जरूर बताना चाहता हूँ कि श्री गणेश जोशी जी को मैंने बहुत करीब से जाना है, क्योंकि मैं आजकल जो देहरादून में एस्टेब्लिशमेंट मेरा है वहाँ पर, और मैं वहाँ काफ़ी दिन रहता हूँ, उनको बहुत करीब से मैंने जाना है। उनसे मेरा मिलना हुआ, 1 to 1 मेरी उनसे बहुत लंबी चौड़ी बातें हुई। तो एक धरातल से जुड़ा आदमी जो सबके बारे में सोचता है, वो अपने बारे में नहीं सोचता, सबके बारे में सोचता है। अगर वो अपने बारे में सोचते होते तो आज हो सकता है कि वो कहीं दिल्ली में किसी बड़े उसके ऊपर होते, लेकिन उन्होंने चाहा कि नहीं, मैं उत्तराखंड की सेवा करूंगा। और उत्तराखंड में वो जिस प्रकार से काम कर रहे हैं, आज उनको हमारे बीच में आना था। ये हमारा बहुत बड़ा परम सौभाग्य होता कि वो हमारे बीच में आते, लेकिन कोई बात नहीं, वो बीमार हो गए, उनकी तबीयत ठीक नहीं थी। तो उन्होंने अपना 2 काम उन्होंने करे। एक काम मैं आपको पहले बताता हूं। उन्होंने सबसे पहले तो अपना मैसेज लिख के मुझको भेजा और बताया कि मेरी मजबूरी है, मैं बहुत मेरी इच्छा थी, मैं आना चाहता था, और केवल इस सेंटर को देखने नहीं आना चाहता था, मैं पूरी सुभारती को देखने आना चाहता था। क्योंकि मुझे किसी ने बताया कि जैसे सुभारती तुमने मेरठ बनाई है, ऐसे तुम देहरादून में भी बनाने जा रहे हो, तो मैं देखना चाहता कि देहरादून में तुम क्या करोगे। तो उनकी बड़ी इच्छा थी, लेकिन वो बीमार हो गए, नहीं आ पाए। तो उनका मैसेज मैं आपको पढ़ के सुनाता हूं। उन्होंने लिखा है, स्वामी विवेकानंद सुभारती विश्वविद्यालय के छत्रपति शिवाजी सुभारती अस्पताल में सुभारती कैंसर संस्थान प्रबंधन और अनुसंधान केंद्र के उद्घाटन के शुभ अवसर पर आप सभी को बधाई देता हूं। मुझे खुशी है कि सुभारती विश्वविद्यालय शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य और संस्कार के साथ साथ सामाजिक कल्याण तथा राष्ट्रवाद को आम जन तक पहुंचाने के लिए समर्पित है। सुभारती अस्पताल ने कैंसर इंस्टीट्यूट खोलकर बहुत ही पुण्य का काम किया है। इससे न सिर्फ आसपास के लोगों को कैंसर के इलाज के लिए सहूलियत मिलेगी, बल्कि अत्याधुनिक मशीनों के साथ विशिष्ट इलाज एवं सुविधाएं रोगियों को उपलब्ध होंगी। मुझे अवगत कराया गया है कि सुभारती अस्पताल भारत की इस समय की सबसे अच्छी मशीन ट्रू बीम मशीन रेडियोथेरेपी के लिए लाए हैं। उस स्तर की मशीन आसपास के इलाके में नहीं है, क्योंकि विदित ही है कि देश में कैंसर के रोगियों की संख्या निरंतर बढ़ रही है। इसके इलाज की सुविधा तो कई जगह उपलब्ध है, परंतु आर्थिक स्थिति के मद्देनजर कई लोग अपना इलाज नहीं करा पाते। मैं सुभारती अस्पताल को बधाई देता हूं कि आपके संस्थान द्वारा निर्धन वर्ग के लोगों का अत्यंत न्यून दरों पर कैंसर जैसे रोग का इलाज किया जाएगा। मैं सुभारती अस्पताल की समस्त टीम को शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और आशा करता हूं कि सुभारती अस्पताल इस पुण्य कार्य में सदैव अग्रणी रहेगा। स्वास्थ्य ठीक न होने के कारण मैं इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित नहीं हो पा रहा हूं। मेरी आत्मीय मंगल कामनाएं सुभारती परिवार के साथ हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री जी, माननीय गणेश जोशी जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं निवेदन करूंगा कि एक बार उनके इस मैसेज के लिए हम लोग करतल ध्वनि से उनका स्वागत करें। और दूसरी बात अभी आपको पता चल जाएगी कि उन्होंने केवल यही नहीं कहा, उन्होंने कहा कि मुझे रिप्रेजेंट करने के लिए, यहाँ मैं थोड़ी सी उनकी बात से सहमत नहीं हूं, लेकिन फिर भी उनकी बात बता रहा हूं कि मुझे रिप्रेजेंट करने के लिए मेरी बेटी नेहा वहां पर आएगी। तो नेहा जी हमारे बीच में हैं, उनके लिए हम स्वागत करते हैं। लेकिन मेरे धृष्टता को मेरी क्षमा करेंगी कि मैं नेहा जी को श्री गणेश जोशी की बेटी के रूप में मैं उनका स्वागत नहीं कर रहा हूं। आप भारतीय युवा मोर्चा में, भारतीय जनता पार्टी में एक बहुत अग्रणी, बहुत ही जुझारू नेता हैं और इनकी अपने आप में एक ऐसी छवि है कि जो आगे जो भारत का जो भविष्य है वो इन लोगों के ऊपर निर्भर करता है। तो मैं एक ऐसे व्यक्तित्व के रूप में आपका यहाँ पर स्वागत कर रहा हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आप हमारे बीच में हैं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you, sir, for bringing an essence of life and motivating us with your kind words. As the importance of Dr. V.B. Bhatnagar, sir, for an university has been described by Dr. Atul Krishna, sir, in detail. So we are graced and bestowed upon with the presence of sir. And it's our honor to hear some of the words of motivation from Dr. V.B. Bhatnagar, sir.
Dr. Atul Krishna and the whole Subharti team, Dr. Krishna, honorable all guests, speakers, and distinguished people who have come over here at this particular occasion. I welcome you all and feel my privilege to be with you this afternoon and sharing my views about what is being done. This is a very old program thought of, as Dr. Atul told, way back 2012 or 2010, I don't exactly remember. It was thought of and planned, but due to certain circumstances, this could not be practicalized. Anyway, it has come up with a better shape, with a better way, and in a better manner. I think it is in need of the time to have number of cancer centers and number of good cancer care to these patients. I tell you one thing. My experience, when I picked up the cancer branch way back in 1970 as a faculty member, I was surprised that people were not knowing what cancer concept is. And very burning topic at that time was, if you recollect, but they used to say, what is new in surgical oncology? Every surgeon is operating cancer case. What is new for a surgeon to call as a surgical oncologist? Was no place, no word, and there is no category of surgical oncology at that time. And in many seminars and conferences, the lectures were given by people that how the cancer surgery differs from normal general surgery and what are the attitude differs. A basic thing, I start from saying one thing to you, that we are starting a cancer institute. Starting Cancer Institute is not just an institute as a hospital. Cancer Institute has got a different thought, different motive, and a different way that how cancer patients are treated. They are looking after you. They have got negative balance. They have negative aspect everywhere. You have to bring from negative to positive. And therefore, your work is to give them a consolation. Your point is that you should give them a body language that you can trust me, I'll take care of you, and I'll put my all labor, all word, all wisdom for making you all right. Someday I'll be very happy. Mind you, they won't pay you anything. But your pay, your fee is realized by a God who has given a life to this person, and this is the biggest pleasure to any cancer surgeon to see that his patient is surviving for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, and like that. Then they see, they become so close to them, and they feel so proud. It is that only motion, that only emotion that brings them to jump into the depth of the cancer work and work more and more. You lose 10, no doubt, but you save 90. Sometimes you lose 90, you save 10. It is okay, but at least it doesn't matter what you say, what you lose, but it matters what you gain, what you get. And that's a point came back again to my mind to say that what is new in surgical oncology. Surgical oncology is 1.1 thing. It does not matter that what you remove from the body. Radical surgeries, we have done plenty. Doesn't matter. It matters what you leave behind, because that will determine the course of the things subsequently, and you will find that your result depends upon them. Moreover, your faith, your continuous endeavors, that what you do for your surgical patient, for your cancer patient, they need sympathy. They need always one thing, that you listen to them, you care for them, and you assure them that you will take care of it. They are starving for that. That a person to whom they go, they say, "Mera kya hoga?" Very big question. I tell you, the life के अंदर सवाल इसका जवाब किसी के पास नहीं है कि मेरा क्या होगा. आप ये कह सकते हैं तुम्हारा जो होगा वो तो हमें नहीं पता, लेकिन ये हमें मालूम है कि तुम्हारी जिंदगी में जो भी मुसीबत आएंगी, हम कभी ना कभी कुछ ना कुछ ऐसा कोई वक्त नहीं आएगा कि हम ये कहेंगे कि हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते. कुछ ना कुछ तो हम कभी ना कभी हर समय कर ही सकते हैं. पैलिएटिव कर सकते हैं, सिम्टोमेटिक कर सकते हैं, रिलीफ दे सकते हैं. लाइफ तो हर एक की जानी है, लेकिन जिंदगी को अच्छा रखना भी आपका काम है. इट इज ऑल्सो ए पॉइंट ऑफ ट्रीटमेंट, that if you give a palliative treatment is also a very big treatment. A conservative, a symptomatic treatment is a very big treatment, that what you give. And it is your emotions. You remain attached with them. And whenever they say, tell you, मेरे पास अगर रात को 12 बजे 1 बजे 2 बजे फोन आया है, अब तो I am too old for that everything. Still I pick up the phone. And मैं फोन उठाता हूँ, बात करता हूँ. नहीं होता है तो मैं अपने कुलीग को, मेरे स्टूडेंट्स बहुत सारे हैं यहाँ पर, बहुत वर्दी, they are very nice surgeon, they are present here and they are working in cancer work very much, very qualified, very skilled. मैं उनके पास भेज देता हूँ, लेकिन वो मुझसे सलाह मांगते भी हैं. तो मैं रात को 12 बजे उठकर सलाह देकर ये नहीं कहता कि मैं अब कुछ नहीं कर सकता, मुझे क्यों फोन कर रहे हो. No, I'm committed that I'll take care of you all my life till I'm alive, and I'll take care, I'll do it, and that they need it. जो उनका faith है ना, the faith must be maintained, and that's why it is important for a cancer doctor that if you can feel pain of others, you are fit man to join a cancer branch. If you are not feeling pains of others, I don't think you are a right person to join it. It's not a job. It's a devotion. It's a dedication. It's a commitment, what you do. It is not that other diseases you treat as diseases are there. Nature help you, immunity help you, this thing help you, that thing help you. But in cancer, nothing helps you. What you do, that helps you. That help to your patient. It's a worship to God, ultimately. And I would say that this is a job which one should take with wholeheartedly, not half-heartedly, and will be involved. When I started 70, there was no book in cancer. There was no degree in cancer. There was no training in cancer, except the institutions were there where the cancer work was going on. And because of your own interest, you used to go over there, stay there, and learn there. And I had my very, very big time at Tata Memorial Hospital, where I learned a lot of things. At least culture I have learned very well, that how a patient of cancer to be treated, what culture to be considered, and what way the patient to be thought of. They are not the patient, they are the sufferer really, and you do something for them, you feel pleasure. You feel pleasant, and you feel that satisfaction that you are professionally, you have done a job which is a right job. I would say this institution has come up very well, brought up so many radiotherapy details and availability. I have seen the days of deep radiotherapy. There was nothing was there, only deep radiotherapy was there, and cobalt was not there. Nothing was there. Today, we have got so many facilities, so many modalities available to us. If we can't do now, I think it is our fault. It's nobody's fault. We have gone quite high, and international level, we are equal to that. I've seen abroad also that what they do, they are not doing anything different, more than that what we are doing it. They have got better facilities. I have seen in the cancer hospital I worked there, I've seen that the people are doing almost same sort of a thing, but with a dedication, and they have got a protocol, fixed protocol to do it. And we do not take it lightly. We don't feel that it should be taken lightly. It should be done very clearly, very thoughtfully, and always be involved. You are always busy, 24 hours busy if you are doing a cancer patient work. It's not a point that I'm busy after 5 o'clock, I want to play, I want to go. No, you can't go anywhere. If anybody calls you, you are committed, you have to be there. It is that dedication. This dedication has brought the day today. The things are so many advancements are there, and they have come back now to us to see that we can do much more. And I would say, yes, let us work hard. Our new generation must work hard, must devote and must be dedicated to this work and progress and forward it as much as possible, so that the coming generation will say that their ancestors have left much better field for them to work, and not that the new field as we started. We know the pinch of a start. There was nothing there. If you say, my favorite one with the breast cancer, I've been working a lot of that. One surgery, one chemotherapy, nothing else. In 1970, CMF and radical mastectomy, MRI. Nothing else. Radiotherapy you give later on, but nothing else. What to do? Today, everything is there. If we can't do much better today, then what day we are waiting for? It is time for us to do as much as we can do in our field and can give the relief to a sufferer. With that, I must say that it is a very nice to organize, and Dr. Atul has done a great job. I must say that he has done such a marvelous job that opened up a center for people for care, cancer care, total care, and comprehensive care. It is so nice. I wish all the best to him and wish all the best to this institution all the best to you. Thank you very much.
We are privileged and honored to hear the pearls of wisdom coming from a stalwart like you, sir. Your energy, commitment, and dedication is a motivation for all of us present here. Thank you, sir, for your kind presence. With already mentioned about the glimpses of our hard work, I would request our chief guest, Srimati Neha Joshi ji, ma'am, a youth icon and BJP leader, to come and address the audience with her kind words, ma'am.
Is it on? Hello. Yeah. First of all, a very warm good evening to everyone present here today. The founder and chairman of Subharti Group, Atul Krishna sir. This is the first time I'm meeting him. You know, I've only spoken with him over the phone, but I believe in energy, and I feel that there was this energy that I felt from you, sir, when I spoke to you the first time, and it's only destiny that brought me here today. I wish Dad could be here, and he's unwell. He sent his message also. But I would again like to reiterate how he was looking forward to being amongst you all, and how honored and privileged I feel, and also humbled to be representing him. I know you disagree, but it just feels it's a humbling experience to be in this August gathering. So God has been kind, and thank you so much for having me. Dr. Bhatnagar, who is one of the tallest figures in his field, and it was an honor to listen to you, sir. And the kind of bond that you see between a guru and a shishya, I think I was talking to Dr. Shalya about this, that it's, the idea of, who a guru is. I think a guru earns that respect, and not every guru gets that. So the bond and respect that I saw there, my pranam to you also, sir. Dr. Shalya, who's the CEO of Subharti Group, Dr. Atul Krishna, who is leading this Cancer Management Institute, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, who happens to be from Uttarakhand. So thank you for bringing me here, and I get to meet a fellow Uttarakhandi who's again bringing laurels to the state, Mohit ji, who's instrumental in getting me here, and my colleague from the UK. I also, welcome him today. So, जैसा मैंने कहा कि मुझे नहीं लगता कि मैंने अभी जीवन में इतना कुछ किया है कि आज इस मंच पे मैं आपके सामने खड़ी हूँ, लेकिन क्योंकि मैं यहाँ पर हूँ और इस प्रीमियर इंस्टीट्यूट, जिसके बारे में सिर्फ सुना था जब हम दिल्ली जाते थे पहले, तो एक सुभारती ग्रुप का नाम हमेशा हम सुनते थे. देहरादून में जब से कॉलेज शुरू हुआ और अस्पताल शुरू हुआ, तो लगातार हम सुनते थे द काइंड ऑफ केयर दैट दिस इंस्टीट्यूशन हैज बीन प्रोवाइडिंग. और खासकर अभी जब पिछले 2 साल से हम लोग कोविड से जूझ रहे थे, तब एक क्लोज इंटरैक्शन मेरा सुभारती हॉस्पिटल के स्टाफ, वहाँ के डॉक्टर्स से हुआ. एंड आई मस्ट से दिस दैट इन टाइम्स व्हेन हेल्थ केयर हैज बिकम अ बिजनेस, Subharti stands out in the way it actually provides care. Every time I would call the hospital, and I was not calling any higher up. I did not know Dr. Shalya, I did not know Dr. Atul Krishna. I was calling, whatever staff I could reach at the hospital. The level of care, the level of attention and humanity. I think a big round of applause for the kind of culture that Subharti has been able to inculcate, and a culture जो last mile तक गया है. कभी-कभी ऐसा होता है कि the leader might be very effective and very humane, but I think the most important is when the leader is able to transfer those qualities to each member of the family. And I think Subharti and sir, you have been able to do that. So, you know, my gratitude that Uttarakhand is privileged to have a unit of Subharti. And I only wish कि ये और expand होता जाए और हमारा भी कुछ गिलहरी जैसा contribution उस expansion में रहे. मेरा मानना है कि हेल्थ केयर जैसे हमारा भारत है आधुनिकता और आध्यात्मिकता का एक मिश्रण, एंड आई थिंक दैट्स व्हाट मेक्स अस स्टैंड अपार्ट फ्रॉम द रेस्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड. हम हमेशा अलग दिखते हैं, अलग सोचते हैं, और हेल्थ केयर में भी ये जरूरी है. अभी जब सर बात कर रहे थे तो जिन वैल्यूज की वो बात कर रहे थे, जिस सेवा की वो बात कर रहे थे, आई थिंक सुभारती एज an institution really embodies that. I feel that even जो cancer care institute, cancer management जो अभी set up हुआ है, want me to hold that? उसमें ये value दिखती है कि इलाज एक सेवा है और आरोग्य एक दान है. ये लाइन मैंने मोदी जी को बोलते हुए सुना था और ये मुझे बहुत अच्छी लगी थी, and I noted it down and it came in handy today that actually इलाज एक सेवा है और आरोग्य एक दान है. And I think इससे बड़ा कोई दान नहीं हो सकता. You know, in 2015, the year I got married, मैं और मेरे husband हमने एक बच्ची से हमारा आमना सामना हुआ. She was 12 years old and उत्तराखंड के एक गांव से वो आई थी, and she was detected with AML. And it was ये सब डेस्टिनी ही होती है कि मेरा उससे परिचय हुआ. यू नो, शी वाज मेरे हेल्प की सिस्टर थी, बहुत छोटी सी, मतलब 13 साल की बच्ची थी, बट ऑब्वियसली स्टंटेड ग्रोथ, सो शी लुक्ड मच यंगर. एंड पता नहीं था कि उसको क्या हुआ है. सो आई आस्क्ड हिम टू ब्रिंग हिम टू देहरादून. वी टुक हिम फॉर ट्रीटमेंट एंड पता चला कि उसको AML है. एंड दैट वाज अ डेवास्टेटिंग न्यूज. यू नो, कैंसर इज अ स्कैरी वर्ड, किसी भी आम व्यक्ति को डराता है, और एक छोटी बच्ची को ये होता देखकर उसको हमने अपनी क्षमता के अनुसार बहुत अच्छा अस्पताल देहरादून में है, वहां पर हम उसको लेकर गए. डॉक्टर ने बताया कि सर्वाइवल रेट जो होता है उस एज ग्रुप में कम होता है AML में, ये हमें बताया गया. फिर भी हमने डॉक्टर से कहा कि आप कोशिश कीजिए एंड जो बेस्ट हो सके वो केयर दीजिए. Unfortunately, we lost her in about 2.5 months of time. And, you know, we gave her the best possible care that we thought we were giving her. But when I looked at the treatment regimen, and when I looked at, you know, the process of, you know, diagnosis and then prognosis and how the treatment proceeded, मुझे ऐसा फील हुआ कि क्या मैंने ये ठीक किया उसका ट्रीटमेंट करा के. इससे अच्छा होता कि मैं उसको अपने पास रखती, उसको घुमाती फिराती, और मतलब हमने मन बना लिया था कि हम उस बच्ची को अडॉप्ट कर लेंगे. You know, that was my introduction to this, you know, disease called cancer. And तब से जो एक कैंसर का ट्रीटमेंट होता है उसको ऑब्जर्व करना, उसको you know, मैंने फील किया कि बहुत सारे लोग ये स्ट्रगल करते हैं कि जब उनके परिवार में ऐसा जब कोई बीमार हो जाता है तो स्ट्रगल करते हैं इस डिसीजन के साथ, क्योंकि ये इंटिमिडेटिंग होता है जो अस्पताल का एनवायरनमेंट होता है. किस तरीके से डॉक्टर आपको समझाते हैं, क्या डायग्नोसिस रहता है. कई बार जैसे हमारे पहाड़ में तो पता भी नहीं चलता कि कैंसर है लास्ट तक, और जब तक पता चलता है बहुत लेट हो जाती है. सो जब मैं देखती हूँ कि सुभारती मेडिकल कॉलेज एक ऐसा स्पेशलाइज्ड एक इंस्टीट्यूट लेकर आया है जहां पर हर वर्ग की चिंता की गई है. एंड सर, आपकी बात से आपने जो बात कही ना कि जो सबसे निचला वर्ग होता है वो भगवान पे छोड़ देते हैं, और जो ऊपर अपर मिडिल क्लास है वो अच्छे ट्रीटमेंट के लिए दिल्ली मुंबई चले जाते हैं. बट जो ये बीच का और सबसे बड़ा भारत वही है, जो बीच का हमारा चंक है, ये एक हेल्पलेसनेस फील करता है. और वो हेल्पलेसनेस केवल पैसे की नहीं होती है, वो होती है इंफॉर्मेशन की. यू नो, ऑफन टाइम्स वी स्ट्रगल टू गेट द राइट इंफॉर्मेशन. मुझे याद है रेखा था उस बच्ची का नाम. जब रेखा अस्पताल में होती थी और मैं वहां डॉक्टर से मिलने जाती थी तो डॉक्टर मुझे ऐसे ट्रीट करते थे जैसे मैं इलिटरेट हूँ. तो वो जो कम्युनिकेशन था उससे भी स्ट्रगल करते हैं. तो आज जब मैं सुन रही थी डॉक्टर अतुल कृष्णा को बोलते हुए, डॉक्टर भटनागर को बोलते हुए, तो मुझे लग रहा था कि मुझे वो सेंसिटिविटी दिखी जो एक फैमिली मेंबर, एक तीमारदार, एक अटेंडेंट एक्सपेक्ट करता है एक डॉक्टर से. And I think that makes all the difference. So, I'm sure this, the new technology, I have limited understanding of technology, and Dr. Krishnamurthy, I've been told that he's somebody who's very good with technology and the kind of technology he's brought to this institute. So, I'm sure that that's going to be great. But what I feel is going to be the USP of this center is going to be the sensitivity that the Subharati family offers. So, I really wish कि बहुत फ्लरिश करे ये सेंटर, भगवान ना करे कि ज्यादा लोगों को जरूरत पड़े, लेकिन जिस तरीके से हम आज आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, कैंसर इज एवरीवेयर एंड इट्स ऑल परवेसिव. आई वाज टॉकिंग टू द ऑनरेबल वाइस चांसलर, मुझे लगता था कि एब्सोल्यूट नंबर्स में हम ज्यादा होंगे क्योंकि हमारी पॉपुलेशन ज्यादा है, बट परसेंटेज में यूएस वगैरह हमसे आगे होंगे. आई एम शॉक्ड टू हियर टुडे. This is not something that I read and dwell on often, but I'm shocked to hear that even in terms of percentage, India is way higher than other countries. And obviously, there are various factors that contribute to it. And like sir was saying, कि सबकी भागीदारी इसमें जरूरी है. आज, my father, he is privileged to hold the portfolio of the Agriculture Minister of Uttarakhand. And in that capacity, he's really pushing for natural farming. Because we know that कैंसर का एक बड़ा जो इंसिडेंस बढ़ने का है वो एनवायरमेंटल फैक्टर्स है और खाना है जो हम खा रहे हैं. वी ऑल नो दैट स्पेशली हमारा जो ये दिल्ली एनसीआर का एरिया है, यहाँ पे पोल्यूशन तो है ही, बट इवन हमारे खाने में हम क्या खा रहे हैं, we may purchase the best possible vegetables, but we don't know what's going inside those vegetables. And इसलिए मेरे फादर ऑनरेबल गणेश जोशी जी, उनकी एक ये मुहिम है कि जितना हो सके नेचुरल फार्मिंग की तरफ कोशिश करें, और उत्तराखंड को ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग से भी एक स्टेप आगे. द थिंग अबाउट ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग इज दैट यू रीड दोज लेबल्स, ऑर्गेनिक लिखा होता है आगे, लेकिन अगर आप प्रॉपर्ली उन लेबल्स को पढ़ेंगे तो देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ उन पैरामीटर्स में भी बड़ा, जैसा कि इंडिया में हर चीज में हो जाता है, बड़ा झोल है उनमें भी कि क्या ऑर्गेनिक है और क्या नहीं है. इसलिए हमारे पूर्वज करते थे, दैट इज द वे टू गो. And I hope that Uttarakhand, being right next to Meerut and Uttar Pradesh, can really lead the way in showing that natural farming करके भी हम आगे बढ़ सकते हैं, प्रॉफिट कमा सकते हैं, और जो खर्चा बाद में आपको वो रिटर्न में देना पड़ता है इलाज के तौर पे, उससे भी बचा जा सकता है. Being a member of the BJP, I think it's important that I highlight that पिछले 8 सालों में हमने हेल्थ केयर को बदलते हुए देखा है. आयुष्मान भारत की अगर मैं बात करूं, बीइंग अ पॉलिटिकल एक्टर, अंकुर बैठे हैं यहाँ पे हमारे जिला अध्यक्ष, आई एम श्योर ही डील्स विद दिस टू, दैट एवरी पॉलिटिकल पर्सन एटलीस्ट दिन में 5 कॉल्स हमें केवल हेल्थ केयर के लिए आते हैं. या तो किसी अस्पताल में वो होते हैं, इलाज का खर्चा कम करा दीजिए, या फिर अस्पताल में बेड ही नहीं मिल रहा होता. सो आयुष्मान आने से I can tell you that volume has gone down by 50%. That आज सरकारी अस्पताल में अगर बेड नहीं मिलता है तो एक आम व्यक्ति सोच सकता है किसी प्राइवेट अस्पताल में जाने के, अगर वो आयुष्मान एम्पैनल्ड हो, और 5 लाख तक का इलाज हर परिवार को उसमें फ्री मिलता है. And 50,000 crore, I was reading figures. So in the past 50 months that Ayushman has been operational, the government has spent over 50,000 crore. And 64 lakh people have actually benefited from Ayushman directly. This is not the number of cards. This is actual number of admissions through Ayushman. People have availed treatment. So I think, India has really stepped up in terms of healthcare. But I think अगर हम सिर्फ government healthcare system पर dependent रहेंगे तो given our population, given the numbers, ये संभव ही नहीं है. And that's where the role of, the public-private partnership comes in. And again, I'm glad that I get to be a partner in a way, a contributor, a friend to Subharti group of colleges and institutes, because the kind of sensitivity, the kind of, जो value system से Subharti काम कर रहा है, I think that was important. आपने हंस फाउंडेशन का नाम सुना होगा. हंस is again, one group that I'd like to mention here, because उन्होंने उत्तराखंड में हेल्थ केयर को ट्रांसफॉर्म करने की कोशिश की है. So I think, unless we have people like Dr. Latur Krishna, like Mangla Mataji of Hans Foundation, we need philanthropists, large-hearted people like you, sir, in order to really get healthcare to the last mile, मैंने जितना मेरा एक्सपीरियंस एनजीओ सेक्टर का, गवर्नमेंट का रहा है, उसमें मैंने देखा है कि किसी भी परिवार को, मतलब एक मिडिल क्लास परिवार बहुत अच्छा चल रहा होता है, पढ़ा भी अच्छे रहे होते हैं अपने बच्चों को, लेकिन जैसे ही कोई हेल्थ केयर इमरजेंसी आती है पूरा परिवार डीरेल हो जाता है। अभी मेरे परिचय में जब बता रहे थे कि मैं पेट्रोलियम मंत्रालय में सलाहकार रही, और जब मैं वहाँ काम कर रही थी तो उज्ज्वला योजना का कार्य मैं देखती थी। सो एक LPG cylinder, what difference does it make to the life of a woman? That even I didn't know until I started working for the ministry. But then I saw it actually transforms the life of a woman. It buys her time that can be used for other productive activities, for her own care, for her children. And एक इशू जो हम कॉन्स्टेंटली डील करते थे और जिसके लिए हमें क्रिटिसाइज भी किया जाता था, हमारे जो विपक्षी दल होते थे, कि आपने सिलेंडर दे दिए लेकिन रिफिल कराने का तो पैसा ही नहीं है। So, we went on the field to investigate कि कारण क्या है इस चीज का। तो सबसे बड़ा कारण, एंड क्योंकि यहाँ पे इतने सारे मेडिकल हेल्थ से जुड़े हुए प्रोफेशनल्स, डॉक्टर्स बैठे हैं, सबसे बड़ा कारण होता था हेल्थ इमरजेंसीज। एक परिवार एक नई टेक्नोलॉजी, उनके लिए एक टेक्नोलॉजी हुई, वो उसको अडॉप्ट करता था, LPG में स्विच करता था चूल्हे से, और 2 साल यूज करने के बाद घर में कोई बीमार हुआ, अस्पताल का बिल बढ़ा, वो वापस चूल्हे पे आ गया। It's a fine nuance, but it shows how important health is and how it impacts an entire family. So again, that was a little snippet from my life that I wanted to share. Like I said, I feel truly humbled to be amongst you all, and I just wish कि जिस तरीके से सर मेरठ को, उत्तर प्रदेश को ये एक इंस्टीट्यूट मिला है, आने वाले समय में उत्तराखंड में भी, और खासकर पहाड़ों में, मैं आपको सर पहाड़ों पर खींच के ले जाने वाली हूँ, देहरादून तक आपको सीमित हम नहीं रहने देंगे। So Dr. Shalya, we as an Uttarakhandi, I really request कि आने वाले समय में जो एक लास्ट माइल हेल्थ कनेक्टिविटी की हम बात करते हैं, हमारे हाईवेज अब हर जगह पहुंच रहे हैं, टेक्नोलॉजी हर जगह पहुंच रही है, ऑप्टिकल फाइबर्स गांव-गांव तक पहुंच गए हैं। सो आपसे हमारी अपेक्षा रहेगी, आग्रह रहेगा कि आप क्वालिटी हेल्थ केयर को, सेंसिटिव हेल्थ केयर को हमारे गांव तक पहुंचाएं और हमारी मदद करें। तो ऐसी आशा के साथ मैं आप सभी को एक बार फिर से प्रणाम करती हूँ, थैंक यू कहती हूँ कि आपने मुझे मौका दिया अपने बीच में आने का। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, ma'am, for such wonderful words and instilling an enthusiasm in all of us to work for the needy. With the motivation of our visionaries, now we commence our scientific sessions. With an humble heart, I would like to introduce our guest speaker, Dr. Manoj Gupta, sir, Head of the Department Radiation Oncology, AIIMS Rishikesh. A brief glimpse of his work I have already mentioned. Sir is a renowned name in radiation oncology. Sir is a national and international awardee. Sir, I would like you to deliver your speech. Yes, sir. This is the presentation.
No, just pointer. नहीं इसकी जरूरत नहीं है, just pointer दे दीजिए।
नहीं सर, वो इससे से कनेक्ट
नहीं चल जाएगा।
मैं कॉपी कर देती हूँ।
नहीं चल रहा है, just wait, it's working।
सिर्फ लाइट दिखा रहा है आपको, मूव नहीं करेगा स्लाइड्स।
स्लाइड नहीं मूव करनी है, मैंने पॉइंटर चाहिए, मैं बोल क्या रहा हूँ। So thank you very much. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the team of Subharti Group of colleges for starting a comprehensive cancer center in the region of Western UP. This was very much needed in this part of the country for the simple reason that I have been working in AIMS Rishikesh for last almost 5 years. And what I observed that 40% of the patients to AIMS Rishikesh are coming from Western UP because of lack of having a comprehensive cancer center in this region. So with the development of this cancer hospital in Western UP, I am pretty sure that the people of this region will stay back and will get treatment in Subharti Medical College. Now, I was given this topic to speak on modern radiotherapy is blessing for cancer patients. Now, modern radiotherapy techniques have been developed over last 35 years. And coincidentally, I started my career 35 years back. So it's a continuous journey, which I am going to brief you in next 15 minutes. So I will discuss what was available when I started my career 35 years ago, and now when I am at the verge of retirement, how the technology has developed and what modern technology we have and what impact it has done on patients' life. And I will do it with a case scenario. And I know that majority of the audience are not from radiation oncology specialty, so I try to keep it very simple. So here's a case scenario that we have a 70 years. I think it's not working. So we have a 70 years old male, which is diagnosed as organ confined T2N0M0 disease, which is a poorly differentiated adenocarcinoma, and PSA is 20. So after detailed counseling, the patient opted for radical radiotherapy. Now, the similar kind of patient I had 35 years back when I started my career, and same kind of patient right now we are having, quite in a large number in our OPD. So 35 years back, how I treated this patient. Now, there have been a lot of changes, but basics never changed, and the aim of radiotherapy never changed. It was same 35 years back, it was same as of today. And the aim of radiotherapy is that treatment, we have to treat the disease in such a way that we have to deliver maximum dose of radiation to the target and minimum dose to the normal adjacent organs. And for this, we need following information. One, exact localization of the target, means prostate in this case, and exact localization of the nearby critical organs, in this case like rectum and bladder, which are present very near to the prostate. Because the idea is that we have to plan in such a way that maximum dose is delivered to the target and minimum dose to the normal tissue. Now, 35 years back, that was a pre-CT scan era. We just had plain X-ray, and with the help of plain X-rays, in an AP X-ray and lateral X-ray, we need to localize the prostate. We need to find out the probable position of the normal organs, that is rectum and the bladder. And this was done based on the bony landmark. But naturally, bony landmarks used to work as a surrogate, so that position was not accurate. So in order to ensure that the target remains inside the radiation field, we have to take bigger radiation field. And this ultimately lead to more normal organs coming into the radiation portals and receiving very high dose of radiation. The technology at that time was the 2D radiation therapy technology. So this is, of course, a CT image, but remember that we were treating these patients pre-CT era. I just put a CT image just to make my point simple. Suppose we want to deliver 70 Gray. So we divide the 70 Gray into 2 radiation beam, that is, and from each beam we deliver 35 Gray. So one from the front, we will treat these patients. Some problem. All right. So we will deliver from the front 35 Gray and from the back 35 Gray. So naturally the prostate will receive 70 Gray. But remember that everything in between these two fields will receive the same dose, that is 70 Gray. Means the bladder will receive 70 Gray, the rectum will receive 70 Gray, the subcutaneous tissue will receive 70 Gray. So as a result, you have normal tissue toxicity in terms of cystitis and proctitis and soft tissue fibrosis. So that time, this is the plan with the cobalt machine. Very few centers in the country had the luxury of having a low energy linear accelerator. And in that center, what they used to do, they used to treat this patient from the 4 directions. So whole dose is divided into 4. And from each direction, that is front, from back, and by 2 sides, we would like to treat this patient. And we divide the dose into 4. And from each field, we will deliver 17.5 Gray. So the advantage was that now dose is confined to the prostate. But as I said, that it was difficult to localize the prostate at that time accurately. So we took large radiation field. As a result, the rectum and bladder were also coming into the field, and they were receiving very high dose of radiation. And again, it will lead to cystitis and proctitis. So issue with 2D radiotherapy was that simple access facility was available. So it was not possible to localize accurately the target. And we used to have large field of radiation, which causes a lot of damage to the normal tissue. As a result, you have normal tissue toxicity. Then CT scan was invented, and from here, the modern radiotherapy era started. And first technology which we use in modern radiotherapy era was 3D radiotherapy. So with CT scan, the advantage was that we used to have exact localization of the target, that is the prostate in the present case, and exact localization of the normal organs, means the bladder anteriorly and the rectum posteriorly. Not only this, but we have the 3-dimensional picture of the target like prostate, rectum, and bladder. And by this, we can now shape our radiation field in such a way that it just conforms the prostate only, and this ultimately lead to era of 3D conformal radiotherapy. And this was done with multi-leaf collimator. So this is basically kind of door in the machine. The door which you open, the more the door you open, more radiation field you will get. But this door is consisting of various leaves, and these leaves, they move independently. As a result, you can have any shape of that door depending upon the shape of the target. And that way you can just conform, or you just confine your radiation portal to the shape of the target. Something like this, you see the prostate in the center, and this is being treated by 3 fields, and you see that from each direction, the prostate will have different shape, and as per the shape, we can, with the help of multi-leaf collimator, we can have the shape of the radiation portals as per the shape of prostate. So with 3D conformal radiotherapy, we were able to treat the prostate precisely, but again, there was a problem. The shape can be conformed in a craniocaudal direction or in the mediolateral direction, but it was not possible to have shape in the anterior-posterior direction. And if the tumor is bulging into the bladder, like in this case, or it is bulging into the rectum, then it has to be treated by a square field. As a result, you will have again a lot of bladder and rectum anteriorly and posteriorly into the radiation portal, and this will result again cystitis and proctitis. So then the technology of intensity modulated radiotherapy was invented. So what basically the intensity modulated radiotherapy? Now, if you look at the left panel, here there is a tumor, and this tumor is this just surrounds the normal organ, that is the rectum. So if you're treating with 3D conformal radiotherapy, then you are treating from the three sides, but at every direction you open a whole field. So this is directly, there is no obstruction in the beam of the radiation, and the whole radiation will be delivered to the tumor. But so tumor will receive the prescribed dose, but at the same time, the rectum, which the tumor surrounds, will also receive very high dose of radiation. While in intensity modulated radiotherapy, what you see that you are opening the field, but you have included or you have used some object. So this is the object in the radiation field, and this object consists of some metal. And there is a varying thickness of the metal across the field. You see it is more here and less here. And this metal will absorb some of the radiation. Higher the thickness, more radiation will be absorbed. So for example, here higher radiation will be absorbed, while here less radiation will be absorbed. So finally, the radiation beam here, which will be delivered to tumor, which will have different intensity profile. I just try to explain very simply here in this So this is basically is known as intensity modulation. And with modern machine, this is done by opening these multi-leaf collimator, at different shape and different size. So what do we do? Suppose this is the target in 2 dimension. So it has got a broad base and 2 mount. So what happens when you treat with intensity modulation, that initially the whole radiation will be delivered with the opening field, with the open field, so that the dose is deposited at the base. Suppose you treat the whole, tumor with the opening field, the dose will be deposited at every level, but the tumor is only at this point and at this point. So this is a normal tissue. This will also receive very high true beam where we have, CT scan mounted on a treatment machine. So you can see these two are basically the source of radiation and the detector to take the CT scan. And this is the head which basically is used for treatment after ensuring the position of the target. And this is known as image-guided radiotherapy. And with image-guided radiotherapy, every day we take a CT scan and we match this CT with the CT scan which was taken on day 1 during the planning. And once we ensure, like here you can see the two CT scans are superimposed. This is a black and white which was taken at the day 1, and this is the colored one which is taken on the day of treatment. And we superimpose and we see the position. We match that the prostate is in the same position or not. And once we ensure that the prostate is in the same position, only then we treat with the radiation. So the advantage of image-guided radiotherapy is that it is more accurate. There is escalation of radiation doses, the higher tumor control, there is minimal side effect like proctitis and cystitis, and this ultimately result into better quality of life. So I can say, and we all are now convinced, that modern radiotherapy is really a blessing for cancer patient, because with modern radiotherapy technology, we can deliver very high dose of radiation to the target with minimal dose to the rectum and bladder or other normal tissue. As a result, you have minimum side effect, and this ultimately lead to better quality of life. Thank you very much for your patience here. If there is any question from the... All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for an articulate and interesting talk. Now, I take the opportunity to welcome our next guest speaker, Professor Dr. Chintamani, sir, Head of the Department of Radiation Oncology, VMMMC, Delhi. As I've already mentioned about the brief work profile of sir, now I request sir to please deliver a talk on the next and very pivotal topic, how radiation therapy can help in organ preservation, a surgeon's perspective.
Thank you very much. A very good evening. A few corrections. I'm not heading radiation oncology. Very little to do with it, but we know that it's an essential part of management of cancer anywhere. Thank you, Dr. Arun, Dr. Krishnamurthy, who I met at Patanjali when I delivered a talk. He wanted me to come over here for a cancer meeting. I'm so delighted to be part of it. Well, he wanted me to speak on something which should be relevant to everyone. And organ preservation in cancer is something which is certainly relevant to all. Today we have moved on, as was mentioned by the previous presenter, from an era of radicality to conservatism. And interestingly, surgery is becoming more and more conservative, while chemotherapy and radiation are becoming more and more aggressive. First of all, I'll try to keep it simple. I actually was not very aware of the kind of audience we'll be running into, but I welcome any comments or questions at the end. But essentially, organ preservation is, as common sense would say, preserving the organ while treating cancer. It's not at the cost of treating cancer. And in the process, you need some effective adjuncts. Surgery has always been the primary modality for cancer treatment, barring a few cancers here and there. But gradually, other modalities have come into place, and they're playing a very important role in making surgery less and less radical. We moved on from an era when I was training. The best of the tiger surgeon was one who would remove any tumor unless it is fixed to the operating table. So that era is gone. We provide a quality of life. Patients live longer than usual than it used to be in the cancer, so they need to have a good quality of life. And we now hear of terms like PROMS, QOL, etc. So in next 15, 20 minutes, I'll try to share with you my ignorance on the topic. First of all, what is this concept? To make it simple, it all started in the 1970s with the veterans trial on laryngeal cancer, which happened in US. They keep doing these trials on basically the veterans of army because it's easy to have a captive audience. And they observed that 80% of the larynges which were removed could have been conserved with chemoradiation. So the era moved to more and more conservatism. Any problem? Now, surgery would have definitely meant total laryngectomy, which would mean loss of voice. And that was something not acceptable, as it should not be. Why it should be acceptable? So it became known at that point of time that chemoradiation can be a replacement for radical surgery at that point of time. Or if not radical surgery, you can do less surgery. So that was the beginning of it. And today we know the standard of care is concurrent chemoradiation. For the benefit of everyone, concurrent means you're giving them together. Otherwise, we always give sequences. We don't put all the therapies together for various reasons. And they're not necessarily related to toxicity. They're also related to effectiveness. So this led to, just read the bottom line, the red. This led to the surgery becoming more conservative. That sounds very silly. When you're managing cancer, you want to be radical. But this was for a change, the term used. And this was defined as every procedure that aims at the completion or complete excision of primary tumor. And actually at the same time, you preserve the organs. So that was the whole idea. And when you're saying anatomical preservation, it won't do good. You need to have functional preservation. And this was the beginning of the concept of organ preservation. Now, what was there for the fallout of this understanding? The first fallout was, can we apply this to other cancers? It started with larynx. The answer was yes. And gradually the trials that were done, which were mostly focused on survival, disease-free survival, overall survival, recurrence-free survival, what have you. These are terms, these are jargons that we use commonly in oncology, but this shifted towards the preservation. So it was not just survival, but with quality of life. A word about quality of life. We've been listening to very eminent people who came and spoke about quality of life. You see, first of all, there is nothing like one correct way of living your life. So don't buy this argument, the quality of life would improve, because it's a notion of happiness which is subjective. So you must put the patient in the center to find out what would be your quality of life. Today was my OPD, and today I had a patient of carcinoma breast, which is our breast clinic today, so we got lots of them. And she is a professor of history in Delhi University. That's the maximum I can expose. And she has a breast cancer where the breast can be conserved. And we do breast conservation very frequently now. She said, no, I want my breast to be removed. Now, I cannot tutor her into believing that removal of breast would bring down your quality of life. It is for her to understand what is her quality of life. So therefore, don't just buy an argument, if I do less, it will make them happy. It depends what they want. But by and large, we shouldn't be aggressive for no good reason. If you're achieving the same result without being aggressive, that should be our approach. Now, what all does it require? First of all, if you have a disease which cannot be treated by, say, radiation or chemotherapy or whatever therapy, then you don't have a choice but to go for surgery. But if there is a possibility of having an adjunct, it's a good idea to have it either before you go for the cutting arm or afterwards. So you can club the two to get the maximum outcome. This is the definition of basically the organ preservation and function. I'll skip it because I've already spoken the crux of it. It is basically to avoid radical and debilitating surgery while achieving cure. For the common man, what is a multimodality therapy? When you say patient should be treated by multimodality therapy, that is like putting a team together to treat the patient with patient in the center, not the treating physician in the center. You can burn it, that is radiation. I put deliberately radiation first because I'm in a radiation meeting. Cut it, surgery. Poison it, chemotherapy. So you can put them together. You can put one before the other or you can put in whatever jugularly in different cancers depending upon the histology. It's not our abilities that show what we truly are, it's our choices. If you make the right choice, even if you're not the smartest individual in the world, you end up doing something right, and something right starts happening to you. So this led to evolution of strategies of management, and organ preservation is a concept, ladies and gentlemen, must take it home as something which is the standard of care today. You must try to preserve the organ to the maximum with its function and treat cancer optimally. Is it possible? That's what the newer perspectives are all about. You just now saw the image-guided radiation, intensity modulated radiation. These are organ preservation because you're not causing any collateral damage. This is a concept which applies to surgery, radiation. I don't know about chemotherapy because there it's going to be systemic, but we try to be organ preserving in most situations. Now, in the last 2 decades, there's been a reduction in surgery mainly because we have effective adjuncts. I don't know if it will be relevant to everyone, but there is a general concept of Halsted in cancer. The other one is the Fisher's view. Now, what is it? Halsted believed, and he gave that theory it will serve for 100+ years, that cancer traverses from one to the next echelon in a predictable manner. So it will go to step 1, then to step 2, then to step 3. So common sense says if you want to treat cancer properly, get all the steps removed along with the tumor, which meant you remove the breast along with the pectorals, along with the axilla, along with the supraclavicular nodes, the radical mastectomy that used to happen. In 1970s, this concept was challenged. Bernard Fisher came with the thought that cancer at the very inception is a systemic disease. So you're not dealing with a local disease, so you should not be unnecessarily aggressive locally. While you can be systemically taking care of the disease, you should be less aggressive locally. It's not going to help if you do excessive radical surgery locally, you may not get the right kind of result. Are they both correct? The answer is the middle path, because they are both at the extremes. And what do you call somebody standing at the extreme? An extremist. So the middle path is you will use a bit of both. And I'll give you an example. I hope there are some postgraduates here and some younger surgeons or clinicians who are dealing with oncology. When you're doing sentinel node biopsy, you pick up the first node as a first echelon to find out whether the rest of the axilla is involved or not. So we still believe in it. At the same time, when you're treating breast cancer, you give systemic therapy as a neoadjuvant chemotherapy. Opposite of a correct statement is a false statement, but opposite of a profound truth may well be another profound truth. So they both could be right. We need to find our truth in each case, and we need to tailor it to our patients. This is how the strategies evolved, especially in breast cancer. And we are basically now looking at the last two. You see, B4, for the benefit of oncology students, B4 trial was a paradigm shift in the management of breast cancer, where it was found out that the treatment of breast cancer, radical or less radical, the result is just the same. So it was for the first time observed that it's possible to do less and get more outcome. And this was followed by B6, B17. I hope it is relevant to everyone here. And B32. For axilla, we can do less. And Z11 says you may actually spare, even if the sentinel nodes are positive 1 to 3 in favorable cases, you may spare the axilla. And Amaros came, this is after mastectomy, axillary radiation or surgery, and they found radiation is almost as effective, barring that there is more lymphedema rates after 10 years. This is NACBP B4. I'll skip that because I don't see a lot of students around, but we observed it in our own way that axilla doesn't need to be aggressively dealt, and this is way back in 2012. They published the entire data that we've been looking at. You can address the axilla in whatever way, and you can find your own ways. We were struggling to get the gamma probe that time. Of course, it's available now. We were doing sentinel node biopsy using dye-alone method, and then we started doing 4-node sampling, which I learned at Edinburgh Royal College, where I happened to be the advisor and a tutor. So we were looking at doing it with targeted 4 nodes, and this worked out very well with us. This is how it happens. You get the blue dye, and then you get the 4 nodes in the particular quadrant, and you examine them, and you find out that they're equally good. And we also found that in post-neoadjuvant chemotherapy, you can do sentinel node biopsy. So axilla can be staged even in post-neoadjuvant setting, which is a challenge. And we moved on to a concept that post-neoadjuvant chemotherapy also, because early breast cancer, the standard of care is breast conservation today. If you're doing mastectomy for early breast cancer, it's only in extreme circumstances where the patient is not willing, or you don't have a facility of radiation, or you can't have a patient coming up for follow-up. Otherwise, the standard of care is breast conservation surgery. It's no longer mastectomy. If you do axillary dissection, and I happen to be visiting a court on behalf of somebody. I was the president of the Association of Breast Surgeons of India. So they called me for expert opinion. This surgeon had done MRM and axilla had 20 nodes. None was positive. So the question asked was that the patient had put it up in the court that my axilla was dissected while there was no positive node. So I should be compensated. So we try to defend our colleagues, and that's where what I said. This is not available everywhere. So then the question asked by the judge was, so is it fair to do it at a place where you cannot do sentinel node biopsy? What is the gold standard? The gold standard answer is, in a node negative axilla, if you're doing axillary dissection, just to find out whether it's positive or not, it's a criminal offense. So you shouldn't be doing it. You should do sentinel node biopsy. That's a standard of care. If you cannot do it, you should send it to somewhere else. That's as simple as that. Treating it with radiation is another option, but for that also you need to establish with sentinel node biopsy. You just can't irradiate everything. Now this is post-neoadjuvant chemotherapy, and it's way back in 2009. We started doing conservation. Through one incision, you can get both these out. Do you know this is just a reasonable option? And it has been, if I was to do it now, I'll do it with oncoplastic breast surgery. I'll make it even better. Is it possible to do oncoplastic breast surgery in Indian scenario? The answer is yes, and the training centers are just growing quickly. In fact, we are conducting an online MCH course for oncoplasty, and a lot of people from around NCR, others are joining us. You can do it, and it is possible. This is round block mastopexy for the similar situation. You actually created this is the early the patient has got breast cancer, which has been treated by the neoadjuvant chemotherapy. It is shrunk, and we are going to go for extended lumpectomy and then reconstructing. This is orientation of specimen. I think if there are some surgeons in the crowd, they would be interested. So this picture happens to be there. Orienting the specimen and then putting the clips in the tumor bed for the radiation oncologist to give the boost, which is to target it because they'll be visible on radiology. And following this, you can find this kind of an outcome, which is as good as normal breast. And when they come after 2 years, it's a very regular quiz in my OPD. I ask my resident and trainees which side of the patient operated they can't make out. So it's improved tremendously. You can offer an absolute organ preservation. Comparable, this is only 1 week post-surgery. Patient has undergone surgery for breast cancer. And there are many such scenarios. Okay, you can make it even more precise by using ultrasound during surgery. You can localize the margin, and we use the methylene blue along with liquid paraffin mixed. So you can inject it so that when you're operating, you can actually cut on the dotted line almost. And you get very close margins so that you can reconstruct. Oncoplastic surgery, for the benefit of postgraduates, I can see some at the back now. It's either volume replacement or volume displacement. So if you're less than 20% tissue loss, we can mobilize the breast within the breast. And if it's more than 20 to 30%, we need to bring in a flap. Now this is to localize with ultrasound, and it is now again a standard of care in organ preservation. We did it in about 100 patients. Dr. Mittal is here, one of the leading sonologists coming from Sabdujang. I think we learned a lot from his students coming, and Amit used to come for this ultrasound assessment, and we would find this extremely, extremely useful. This is central quadrant tumors, where you would earlier do mastectomy only because this is nipple areola complex, and you would not be able to offer a breast conservation, but that is also obsolete now. We can do it with Grissotti flap. You can mark it like you're seeing it and advance and finally get a result like this, almost normal. Or you can use LICAP, lateral intercostal artery perforator flaps. Using Benelli along with it, you get equally good results and almost normal. Lastly, coming to what is offered in most centers. Standard of care all over the country is mastectomy, which is nothing, no shame in it. If there's a good mastectomy done, we'll be happy. We get patients referred from all over, so we can vouch for it. We publish this data. Is even mastectomy standardized in India? The answer is no. 40% would have an inadequately done mastectomy, which is standard of care. And we often find that flaps are loaded with breast tissue. We did a study on it along with BHU. They also published their data. We published ours. And this is from SGPGI, Gaurav Agarwal's team. We found that there's a lot of tissue left behind. So we looked at our data. Do we leave some breast tissue? How much breast tissue is acceptable? So we found it should be less than 15%. And remember, a good mastectomy is better than a bad BCS, that is breast conservation surgery. You should not preserve an organ and compromise on breast cancer. But at the same time, you shouldn't do an overkill. This balance is mandatory. It's all science. We are not talking rocket science. It is science that is applied to day-to-day practice. If it's giving radiation, it shouldn't be causing collateral damage naturally, because otherwise, why give it to the patient? Similarly, if I'm doing surgery, it should not cause collateral damage. Is it standardized? We observed that it is not so. This was a guideline, and this I published way back in 2014 as an editorial, the 10 commandments of doing it safely. You can do even mastectomy in a better way, even if you have to do a mastectomy. There's some surgeons here. Low quadrant tumor, you can use a smile incision, which closes with a smile. Gives the patient a smile look, or smiley incision as they call it. Or the trouble was, whenever I extended my incision into the axilla, when he's giving radiation, he will include axilla into radiation, which I don't want, because I've already done adequate clearance of axilla. Then it will cause more lymphedema rates. So how do I avoid that incision? He can't help it if I've extended the incision into the axilla. We can take it up along the anterior axillary wall or fishtail the incision, which is called fishtailing, where you don't let the breast sag into the axilla. So it is hitched up. So no radiation goes to the axilla. We only allow them to deal with it. All cases are discussed in MDT. It's nothing like you radiate everything. When you've done a good dissection of axilla, it needs no radiation, except in very rare circumstances. So we prevent it by taking care of this. This is the fishtailing incision. Well, I'm just showing you some pictures because that is what fascinates somebody who's not understanding the logic behind it. With multiple lumps, you would feel that the incision would be going obliquely, as you have read it in your undergraduate days in Bailey and Love. It's changed now. We use a lazy S incision and you can close it. And Goldilocks mastectomy is where we use the flaps alone to ensure that we don't need an implant and we don't need any fancy reconstruction. Patient doesn't want an implant. Patient doesn't want a reconstruction. Says do whatever you can do within what I have. And these are ptotic breasts. Then we do what is called Goldilocks mastectomy, which gives a reasonably good outcome. Finally, friends, I would not insist on organ preservation in certain situations. And those situations is what I'm going to discuss with you now. Because in theory, there is no difference between theory and practice, but in practice, there is. What do you do for these cancers? You don't have a choice. You still get them in advanced stage, you would be losing the organ. Organ cannot be preserved at the cost of the cancer. When I showed you some slides of oncoplasty, even there, onco comes first, plastic comes later. So if I'm treating cancer, I must ensure that I have got no tumor left in the patient, which is R0 resection. So oncoplastic breast surgery also includes onco. What would you do in the first case? You don't have a choice. We can't preserve the organ. Similarly, a locally advanced oral cancer, well, we know they respond to radiation, but they don't respond well because poorly oxygenated. Surgery, patient will end up in a commando. You don't have a choice. You don't have a choice with such patients. Can you see the fungating growth? They all come to us naturally. They are referred from places and they get detected late. Sadly, it's got to do with providers rather than the patients. I am not discussing that here. We've done enough data to see it's the providers that keep treating the patient in their own way. But it's an anterior segment, so it's possible to resect it out, get a clear margin, and reconstruct using a forehead and occipital flap. You can see the carotid here. This is the right-sided radical neck dissection. Similarly here, you can see the old scar of thyroid surgery, inadequate surgery earlier. The scar here, patients come with a fungating mass. You can actually see the tracheostomy here. It is infiltrated into the larynx and the anterior wall of pharynx. Do we have a choice? Can you preserve the organ? You will lose life, so you don't have a choice. You can see the laryngectomy being done. You can see the nasogastric tube here. The anterior wall of the pharynx had to be removed, reconstructed using deltopectoral flap. He'll have a tube in, but he'll live his life. And there's no quality of life without life. Finally, is there any role of surgeon in today's scenario? It's a common challenge. You will often find a surgeon complaining that maybe my job is getting a little restricted, but I think that's good news. If our jobs are getting restricted, patients are getting better. If the patient is benefiting, I think it's a great idea. This concept of we against them, that is chemotherapists or the medical oncologists, radiation oncologists, surgeons, the concept has changed. Today, they all sit like a team. Patient is in the center. We learn from each other. We take a decision. I will just share with you an anecdote. Only 10 days ago, I was chairing a debate. I was moderating it. 4 cancer debates, and then one was a debate that was added up because the other session, there was nobody. It was on common bile duct exploration in gallstones. And the argument was going on. The endoscopist was talking about ERCP, and the surgeon was talking about we should open the CBD and take it out. And the general argument was the CBD belongs to us. That's what the surgeons are trying to portray. So I had to step in and say, for God's sake, CBD belongs to the patient. So it's not about me over you or you over me. Whatever is beneficial in a particular situation should be chosen. But surgery as a primary modality in a solid tumor still remains indispensable. A great caution, this is bothering everyone. I've shared with you some pictures of cases. They depend entirely on how good is the radiation subsequently. Otherwise, breast conservation fails. Availability of effective adjuvant modalities does not condone suboptimal surgery. You cannot do less for someone to cover it up. The bottom line is R0 resection. If you don't, R0 means not even microscopic evidence of disease left behind. The rest is okay. You don't need to go that extra mile, but you cannot be leaving the tumor in the patient, even microscopically. This is an example, Whipple's, the uncinate margin positive. You can easily find this to be a neatly done job, but we do frozen, and frozen says it is positive. I had no choice but to clear off the entire adventitia. This is superior mesenteric artery, this is portal vein lifted up. We had to clear it off, get a clear margin, because if you get an R1 resection in Whipple's, there is no other treatment. Even in otherwise, there is no other treatment. It's primarily a surgical disease. Positive margin means you made his life worse than it was before. That is, with cancer, he was better off. So you understand the challenge. Similarly, gallbladder cancer. Radical cholecystectomy means good and adequate lymph node clearance along with the liver margin. We need to ensure this because nothing is going to work. So don't hope for someone to cover it up with radiation or chemo. They don't work in certain circumstances. That's where you need to be absolutely on the dot. Similarly, medullary carcinoma of thyroid, you know that it doesn't respond to any of these except surgery. You chase it with knife. So you need to give radical surgery in these situations. There is nothing like an organ preservation. You can see the sentinel neck dissection done. Even lateral neck dissection, you can see the jugular here, spinal accessory, this is common carotid, and this is how it should look at the end of it. Well, similarly here, I'll go through it fast. And lastly, this is a classical case, that's why I wanted to share. Patient was being treated for a long time at a known institution, I won't name it though. For an ulcer here, everything was happening, including local applications. And finally, it was, they somehow found out that the angle of the mouth is shifting, the eyes are still open, so somebody did a tarsography and referred to us. It came out to be a primary squamous cell carcinoma of parotid. We don't have a choice but to be absolutely aggressive. There's no other treatment for this. So this resection would be taking it away. But we need to make sure when you're putting the patient on neoadjuvant or any kind of a therapy, which is in addition to surgery, you should be able to predict the response. You should be able to assess the response. You should have some markers. I can't swear by them. Not that every time they can guide you, but we should try to. and tailor your therapy to the tumor, to the center, to the cancer. P-glycoprotein as an expression before and after. We observed that subsequent to chemotherapy, neoadjuvant chemotherapy, about 40% patients that were P-glycoprotein negative became positive. That is, they got acquired chemoresistance. It has to change in the adjuvant setting. So it's a dynamic process. In between, we can go in for a switch therapy, or we can go in for surgery, sandwich surgery. We won't delay it. Organ cannot be preserved. Or microsatellite instability, toxicity as a predictor. I'm just skipping that. And finally, if you put the patient on primary therapy, and if there is a remnant or recurrent tumor, surgery that is done is called salvage surgery. I was absolutely not clear about who all is going to be listening to this. So I hope it makes sense to you. If it is making sense, the idea is to salvage a patient from a failed adjunctive therapy. We have already discussed this. We're becoming more and more conservative here. Neck dissection from radical are becoming more and more selective. And we actually publish the data where level 4 is rarely involved in buccal or the gingivobuccal sulcus or buccal cancers, and we don't do it routinely. We used to do it routinely. Similarly, mandibular resection, which was earlier believed to be mandatory part of treatment or a commando, is no longer recommended because earlier it was believed the lymphatics are going through the mandible. Now we know they don't go through it, so we don't need to resect it unless it is involved. So it is becoming more and more conservative. Larynx I've already covered. Breast conservation I've already talked about. See, a word about Z11 and MROs, take them with a pinch of salt. These were trials done in the West, and they don't really replicate in our scenario. But yes, axillary radiation in a node-negative patient is an alternative when you don't do surgery. Standard of care is surgery, we still dissect axilla. Similarly, in the GI, we know the standard of care in anal canal, which is now no longer anal canal and rectum, anorectum. If it is squamous cell carcinoma, Niagara regime has stood the test of time. Chemoradiation is the standard of care, and then you can do the salvage surgery. Similarly, limb preservation in soft tissues. And to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, organ preservation should be the aim when you're treating any patient with cancer. But you must understand the molecular biology better to know which one is going to respond to a particular therapy, because you can't take that chance. Prediction of response to adjunctive therapy is vital. In a neoadjuvant setting, it gives you an in vivo chemosensitivity so that you can use the same later on. You know, very, very important role of neoadjuvant radiation in certain situations, especially retroperitoneal sarcomas, extremity sarcomas, when we know that it's an oxygenated tissue that's going to respond very well and the collateral damage is minimal. You can get the maximum outcome. But the tragedy is, after you've given the radiation, to assist the response, even if you do it using a PET CT, for a surgeon to go around and do the dissection, it may be a challenge. But I think you can preserve sphincters in more cases now than it used to happen in the past, thanks to chemoradiation. Similarly, if you look at the journal profile, most breast cancer patients who can be offered breast conservation, it's essentially on account of a good radiation and the development and evolution of radiation treatment. I mean, from EBRT to now IGRT, IMRT, and such focused delivery that even on the left side, you're not worried about the heart being a factor. You're no longer too scared to offer it even bilaterally. So there is an advancement has made a difference. Surgery has become less conservative, mainly because the adjunctive therapy has become very important. Patient, of course, R0 resection is mandatory. There is no cancer surgery where you don't get a clear margin. If you don't get a microscopically clear margin, it's an inadequate or a bad surgery. Patient is an important member of the team, decided based on cancer, patient, organ, surgeons, and the center. And importantly, you must find your solutions to your problems. So don't find your answers in the solutions found in the West or in US, in Europe, where Z11 says less than 3 nodes positive, 2 nodes positive, ERPR positive patient, elderly, we can a sentinel node biopsy, we can spare axilla. We've seen them come back with vengeance. So stick to your data, which is limited, but whatever you have experienced and observed. So don't just blindly extrapolate the Western data. And nobody's, especially for surgeons, this is a beautiful quote by General Douglas MacArthur, who was a commander in the East for the Allied forces. And when they lost in Philippines, they moved towards Thailand. So his deputy came and asked him, Journal, are we retreating? He said, no, we are not retreating. We are advancing in another direction. So there is no retreat. It is the patient who is in the center. We should be at the periphery doing our best for this person rather than for our ego. We are superior to so-and-so. We can do everything by radiation. I can do everything by surgery, or I can treat everyone by chemotherapy. That will be a false statement and should not be offered. Thank you very much for patient listening. Any questions? I'd be happy. Please.
First of all, thanks for your lucid presentation.
Thank you.
Only query I have, you told about the sentinel lymph node assessment in breast carcinoma. The number you mentioned 4.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you take.
That is 4-node sampling. That's
4 sampling, yes.
This is a standard procedure. This is an Edinburgh protocol of doing sentinel node biopsy.
Yeah, but according to this.
No, we know 3 in sentinel node biopsy.
No, AJCC, they mentioned this up to 6 lymph node we consider as SN. We mentioned the abbreviation SN as sentinel node. The number is 6. If there are more than 6, then we take it as an auxiliary group of other lymph nodes.
No. AJCC says, I'll tell you the answer. AJCC says the minimum number of nodes that you remove for sentinel node biopsy is not 1. It should be at least 2. Average is 3.
Yeah.
Up to 6 you can remove.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. So that's separate. 4-node sampling is a different thing. Like you have the low auxiliary sampling by Tata Group. This is a Edinburgh group doing the targeted 4-node sampling. It has nothing to do with the,
Okay.
and this is in addition. And now since you asked me, thank you for asking that question because I can elaborate. Sentinel node biopsy based on B32 trial, which I referred to, it is not only just the blue and hot nodes, also the palpable nodes. Why? Because the palpable nodes could be the ones which are totally saturated with metastasis, so the dye is not taken.
Yeah.
So you should remove all palpable nodes. That's why the number came to 6.
That is also mentioned.
Sir, as you told that there is no quality of life in oncology.
No, I didn't say.
You have told us that quality of life has no role in.
No, I said it's got a great role. I hope you are listening to me.
Yes,
I made a very bad speech.
But we all use quality of life score as.
Everybody uses the basic. I said proms. Do you know what is prom?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It is also scoring of.
No, what is prom?
Patient-related out.
So I mentioned that.
Yes, sir.
It's no longer just the quality of life based on your assessment. It is based on proms now, patient-related outcomes. It's no longer surgeon-related or you are a medical oncologist?
No, sir, I'm radiation oncologist.
It's not radiation oncologists deciding the outcome, the quality of life. It's a patient-related outcomes which are important. Both are important. Quality of life is all the talk is about. But thank you anyway for asking. Thank you. Do you want the pen drive?
Thank you, sir, for such an informative and interesting talk. We are all truly benefited by it. After the interesting sessions, now we'll start with the panel discussion. I would like to introduce our chairperson, Dr. Kishore Singh, sir. He is the Director, Delhi State Cancer Institute and Director, Professor, Department of Radiation Oncology, Maulana Azad Medical College and Associated Lok Nayak Hospital, New Delhi. Sir is an editor-in-chief in Journal of Cancer Research and Therapeutics, official journal of Association of Radiation Oncologists of India. Sir has over 25 years of experience of treating cancer patients using radiotherapy equipment. Sir has over more than 70 publications in national and international journals and has received the State Award for 2014 and 15 for meritorious service in the field of healthcare in Delhi. Sir has been felicitated with Lifetime Achievement Award by Association of Radiation Oncologists of India in North Zone in 2019. Sir has multiple fellowships and vast research experience of more than 10 years of conducting various trials. Sir, I would like you to request Sir to please chair the session of our panel discussion. Before that, I request Dr. H.S. Minas, Sir, Medical Superintendent, Chhatrapati Shivaji Subharti Hospital, to come on stage and felicitate Sir with a token of love and appreciation. Yes, sir.
Namaskar. After two very informative talks, we are moving to panel discussion. And to start the proceeding, I invite the Dr. Gaurav Sharma, Assistant Professor at Subharti, to moderate the session.
इसमें जो बोल रही थी ना कि वो उनका नहीं बोलना है।
Thank you, sir, for giving me important opportunity for moderating this panel discussion session. First, before starting the session, I would like to invite all panelists. First, I would like to invite Dr. Amit Serawat, a medical oncologist. Sir is currently working in AIMS Rishikesh as associate professor in medical oncology and hematology. Sir is principal investigator in BIRAC DBT-funded clinical trial network of oncology research and more than 50 international and national research publications. So welcome, sir. Now, I would like to invite Lieutenant General N.K. Sahu, oral and maxillofacial surgeon. Sir is a alumni of KGMC and postgraduate from Mumbai University in the specialty of oral and maxillofacial surgery. Sir is internationally acclaimed author, teacher, and winner of KS Master Silver Medal. Sir, thank you, sir. Thank you. I would like to invite Dr. Rani Kavansi, ma'am. She is professor and head of department in pathology, Subharti Medical College, Meerut. She has vast experience in teaching over more than 34 years and over 100 publications in national and international state journals. Welcome. I would like to invite Dr. Umang Mittal. Sir is a leading surgical oncologist in Meerut and is in Fortis Hospital, Noida, and more than 19 years of experience in medical field. Sir has done his MBBS and MS from LRM Medical College, Meerut. Sir, welcome. Now, last but not the least, I would like to invite Pragya Shukla, ma'am, radiation oncology, head of department, Delhi State Cancer Institute. Ma'am has a vast experience in oncology. She has more than 49 publications and a vast teaching experience. Welcome. Now, I would like to start the panel discussion. Before starting the panel discussion, there are two case capsules. Case capsule 1 is early breast cancer and case capsule 2 is early operable oral cavity cancer. So, I would start the session. I will start for the case 1, early breast cancer. There is 47-year-old post-menopausal female, married, gravida 1, para 1, came in OPD with complaint of breast lump in left breast lump from 2 months. On examination, there is 2 into 2 centimeter mass in upper and upper outer quadrant of left breast. It was mobile and non-tender. There is no dimpling or puckering of breast tissues present, no palpable lymphadenopathy. The family history is patient has positive family history of CA breast. Her mother and maternal aunt has CA breast. Now I would like to ask important question: what will be the diagnostic test you will consider for this patient? I would like to ask Umang Mittal sir and Amit sir, what is the preliminary investigation you will
Good evening, everyone. As in breast cancer, I think the triple test takes precedence. The clinical examination history has been done. The second test would be imaging. And for this mammography, of course. The third thing would be a pathological test. And today we talk about true-cut biopsy rather than FNAC. We go ahead with the true-cut biopsy. And PET CT or CT scan, thoracic abdominal pelvis would depend. If it is, if we feel it is a early stage cancer, then actually speaking, there is no role of going for a metastatic workup. Or if you have to do that, I think a simple cyst ultrasound blood test can be done. If the patient has any pain anywhere, then it's different thing altogether. Or your alkaline phosphatase is raised, or ultrasound shows something amiss, then a PET CT scan or a CT scan of cyst abdominal thorax along with a bone scan can be offered. BRCA, once first we diagnose it is cancer or not. Of course, if it is cancer with a strong family history, I will send BRCA definitely. It will take around 20 days. So for the immediate treatment modality, I don't think that will make a lot of difference. But yes, we need to diagnose and stage. No matter what.
Good evening, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to thank Suvarti team for inviting me to this event. And I agree with whatever Mr. Sir said, that our metastatic workup is more guided about what type of patient we are dealing with, what is the disease burden. If it's a clinically early breast cancer, then and there is no symptom suggestive of metastatic disease. There is all biochemical tests are normal. There is no suggestion of anything, any disease elsewhere. So basic minimum workup, like the crux of it is the triple assessment, clinical evaluation, biopsy, and mammogram. Other than that, just basic minimum chest imaging and ultrasound abdomen is good enough. But if we are suspecting anything else, then we need to go extended workup, and in that extended workup, contrast enhanced CT scan is good enough. As of now, there is nothing else which PET CT is going to offer in addition to the standard contrast enhanced CT scan. So that's just good enough. And if we are having any other suggestion of bone metastasis, for example, liver's function test testing or raised alkaline phosphatase, then we can offer bone imaging if required. But that's standard of care as of now.
We will go for bone specific alkaline phosphatase or just a bone normal alkaline phosphatase. Nowadays, some oncologists offer bone specific alkaline phosphatase.
So for a practical purpose, there is most of our lab, they are not reporting anything specifically for that. So we are deciding based more on the clinical symptom and just standard liver function test, whatever we are getting from our lab.
Now, actually the patient underwent mammography, which was suggestive of small hypoechoic lesion 2.5 into 2 centimeter in upper outer quadrant of left breast, which was virus 5. No axillary lymphadenopathy C. Then she underwent CCT thorax abdomen pelvis, which was suggestive of an anything mass lesion in upper outer quadrant of left breast. True-cut biopsy was done, which was suggestive of invasive carcinoma, IHC suggestive of triple negative breast cancer. Then she had germline BRCA negative. Now the second question arises whether this patient is upfront operable or whether you go for neoadjuvant chemotherapy. If yes, then why do you go for neoadjuvant chemotherapy? Now I will ask to Mr. Medical Oncology. Say what is your opinion on this?
I will start. So I will start with whatever Chintamani sir suggested. So it's not about whatever there in the guideline. For example, guidelines says all HER2 positive patients beyond T1C disease must be subjected to neoadjuvant chemotherapy. But why? Because those patients who are having residual disease, they must be offered trastuzumab. So how many of our patients are going to afford trastuzumab? That's a very minute minority of the patient. So even T1C HER2 positive breast cancer patient, operable disease, and I am seeing that patient won't be candidate for change of chemotherapy after surgery, then upfront surgery followed by standard adjuvant therapy. But if patient is having triple negative breast cancer, having disease beyond T2 or not positive disease, most of our patients, they can afford capecitabine. So if there is any residual disease post neoadjuvant chemotherapy, now we are having adequate evidence. We are having at least 5 randomized controlled trials. There is a large meta-analysis which categorically says there is a benefit of extending capecitabine to such patients. So obviously, I am going to offer neoadjuvant chemotherapy even in operable triple negative breast cancer because that's going to change our treatment planning and eventually, most importantly, that's going to change the survival outcomes. So even if operable disease, but having HER2 positive patient is affording for trastuzumab, that can be offered. That should not be forced. Similarly, patient is triple negative breast cancer, operable disease is beyond T2 or not positive, patient must be offered neoadjuvant chemotherapy first. And now we are having evidence of addition of platinum to triple negative breast cancer patient from our TMH group, which was published in SCBC just a couple of weeks back. Again, making one more case of offering triple negative breast cancer patient with weekly taxane plus platinum, and that's an improved survival. But to a subgroup of less than 50 years of age. So younger, fitter patient, candidate for platinum, triple negative, I would like to offer neoadjuvant first to which was.
It will change the pathological complete response also, but in histopathology specimen, where if we give neoadjuvant chemotherapy, whether it will improve the PCR rates in histopathology sample.
So yeah, I think you're asking triple negative platinum thing. So initial evidence was from various Western studies, and they were saying it's going to improve just PCR rates. But now we are having evidence that it's also going to improve survival, and that to Indian patients. Not like that's not a Western data. That's our own Indian data, and that is saying that weekly taxane plus platinum, less than 50 years of age, that is going to improve PCR rates, and eventually that's going to improve the EFS. Now we are in data mature enough for EFS only, but that curve is separate enough that is going to have direct impact on overall survival. So that's one of the good options for such patients.
Now the indication of neoadjuvant chemotherapy in triple negative early breast cancer, according to NCCN, is preferred in HER2 positive disease cancer. If the disease is more than clinically T2 and more than clinically node it is a node positive patient as per NCCN. As rightly said, patient received neoadjuvant chemotherapy with 4 cycle dose and CC followed by weekly IP 12 cycles. And after that, patient underwent breast conservation surgery with sentinel lymph node biopsy.
I would just interrupt. One thing, whenever you are offering a neoadjuvant chemotherapy, please send the patient to the invasive radiologist before we start therapy, because we're looking at complete response. And if you have not marked that area with the fiducial clip, you will not know what area to remove. So this is just for everyone. If you are starting neoadjuvant chemotherapy, then that patient should be first sent to invasive radiologist, who will put a fiducial clip inside the tumor, and only then you should be started. So I think that is something I really wanted to make clear.
So now my next question is whether to do BCS or MRI in early triple negative breast cancer, and if there is any indication of contralateral mastectomy in early stage triple negative breast cancer.
See, I think when it's TNBC or it is anything else, today the standard of treatment is actually conservative breast surgery if it is possible. The caveat being that if it is a BRCA positive disease, then you can tell the patient that the chances of recurrences are higher, or I would say chances of getting a second primary are higher in a different thing if it is BRCA1 positive disease. So even in BRCA1 positive, you can actually offer, this is a very small tumor. I think until the patient says that I do not want radiation or I can't come for radiation continuously, that would be my only indication of offering this patient a mastectomy. Otherwise, definitely I would go for an oncoplastic PCS with a sentinel node biopsy. And I also use a holy blue dye, and I think I've been using it for the last 4 or 5 years pretty well. So it's a good way of preventing the lymphedema, and followed by, of course, radiation would be must in this patient. Contralateral mastectomy again is an offer only in the BRCA positive patient, and that also after explaining that that does not make it 0%. You still have 1 or 2% recurrences in the area of the skin that is there. So that is something we need to do.
Usually, triple negative breast cancer, sir, it fails locally or it fails system. There is systemic failure. I will again. As it is a young patient, and a young patient is more aggressive disease, as we see in triple negative breast cancer, and she has family history also. So it will reflect on his surgical perspective whether we go for BCS or MRI.
No.
I think certainly agree that let us be proven beyond doubt that BCS and MRI outcomes are comparable. It's not like that MRI is having superior outcomes as compared to BCS. So if you plan management comprehensively, surgery with adequate radiation, systemic therapy planning, then outcomes of BCS are at par with MRI in any setting. That is irrespective of whatever molecular subtype.
In fact, I'll make a very provocative comment on this. Most of the studies actually have shown a better survival after BCS as compared to mastectomy. I think Dr. Somani will agree to that. Most of the studies actually have shown a 2 to 3% extra benefit. Maybe it's because of the type of tumor you have said, but that is the fact. Actually having a better survival with a BCS.
You know, the reason I agree with him, what he's saying, and the reason they attribute to is the insult that he caused and the release of cytokines. They believe that if you do more surgery, you're likely to have more, a poorer outcome because the tumor is going to do worse. It may sound very, as he rightly said, very provocative. There are at least 7 studies. There was a goof up with the kind of selection in a few, but in others it is proving out to be true. But the least you can say is it's certainly not inferior to mastectomy. There is no advantage of taking a normal breast out. That's what they say.
But sir, in BCS, if there is triple negative breast cancer, we are not offering any tamoxifen or letrozole to patients.
So first of all, don't get confused with tamoxifen giving you a lifetime survival or advantage. After 8 years, it matches out, right? It generally is a better tumor, less proliferative. Triple negative is more proliferative. That's the difference. But in triple negative also, why did this concept of putting the patient on neoadjuvant taxane-based chemotherapy come? Why did it come? The reason was they wanted to pick up those patients when you're getting PCR. These are the better of the TNBC. So there are some TNBC that do better than the other ones. So all that is black is not bad. Getting the point? So it's not just one statement. The TNBC, bad. TNBC response, you have triple paradox as they call it, no? They respond very well to chemotherapy, to ultimately fail systemically. But some of them, where you get PCR rates, they do better. So there is no decision made based on the biological classification on the extent of surgery.
Absolutely.
Okay?
So according to ESMO guidelines, it says that contralateral prophylactic mastectomy is an option for women carrying BRCA mutation with early breast cancer who have undergone unilateral mastectomy. It decreases the risk of contralateral breast cancer, but the data is limited and is associated with decreased mortality.
Again, what Dr. Umang was saying here is relevant. All BRCA mutations will be counseled and they will run a gene panel. It's not just one, it's not just BRCA mutation. And then you calculate the risk. There are people who are dedicated to this job, right? And this, they will find out what is the probability of the women getting the cancer. Then you explain it to that. Do you know now the mastectomy rates in US have risen because of this reason, because of fear. They think I'm getting it on one side, the Angelina Jolie effect, as you call it. So they have started doing more of it because the cost basis is good. So in one attempt they were getting, because the insurance was covering it, so they got their breasts fixed on both the sides, as well as the plastic surgery done. This is to be offered with a lot of caution. Everybody with BRCA mutation should not be offered contralateral mastectomy.
In fact, I would make another statement. Anyone with BRCA positive should be offered salpingoplasty once the child is complete. Offering mastectomy might still not be required, but definitely these patients should be offered, especially BRCA, should be offered.
And you're right, the term contralateral prophylactic mastectomy is also gone because they also have 3% risk of developing breast cancer on that side. So it's called risk reduction.
We have genetic clinics that are done. These people are trained to make the pedigree chart. I am blessed to have worked with Dr. Rajiv Sari. So they work upon these patients. It's not just a BRCA mutation that we have to look at. There are a lot of other things that have to be evaluated. And then a combined decision has to be made in consultation with the patient and, of course, the treating consultant. So it's, just looking at the BRCA mutation being present and ringing the bell and raising the red flag will not be the kind of approach.
Now another question which is important in histopathological specimen, what factors to be seen according to guidelines and how would you assess the response? Another question, how oncosurgeon can help pathologists for proper reporting? I would like to ask Rani ma'am for this.
Okay. First of all, I will answer second question first. How oncosurgeon can help the histopathologist or pathologist? According to new guidelines, we have to be very particular about the size and the site and the laterality and the focality, whether it is unifocal, multifocal, and the amount of calcification, so that we'll see the in situ component and the margins. So this surgical orientation, we need a lot of cooperation from oncosurgeon. And not only that, we need to have additional information regarding family history, any history of recent lactation or pregnancy, or any therapy, neoadjuvant therapy, because all these things are going to affect our interpretation. There is, in this case also, if the neoadjuvant therapy was given, it is going to change the histopathology. We will see a lot of fibrosis. We can find some deceptively higher nuclear grade, and we tend to report it as a higher nuclear grade, though it is not. It might be just an effect of therapy. So this is the answer of second question. We need to have a lot of cooperation between this oncosurgeon and the reporting pathologist. Second question is how this HP, what all factors we should address. This now, after so much discussion, it's very clear to all of the audience that we have to finally see the what kind of management that patient is going to get. For that, we need to be very precise about the staging and the grading and the clearance of margin. So for that, because grading in breast carcinoma is an independent factor, independent prognostic factor, which is not there in most of the many other carcinomas. So grading in breast carcinoma is being done according to the Nottingham's Bloom-Richardson classification, we have a fixed criteria. So that will be addressed. And then margins, LVI, lymphovascular invasion, that we mentioned separately, and the margin clearance according to the millimeter, like how far it is from that margin. So to assess the margin precisely, we need to ink it, whether on OT table, or for that we need to have some markers like threads or clips or sutures. Like here in Subharti we have long thread for lateral margin, short thread for superior margin. Like that we need to have this kind of cooperation between surgery and this thing. And lastly, that we do TNM staging. And because we are doing pathologist, we are doing as TN. So M is removed from this PT. We do only PT and N, not M. And then this thing is done according to what information we have. How many numbers of lymph nodes we have. So minimum number of lymph nodes which we expect in modified radical is minimum number 10. So that we can actually assess the like N, which belongs to that particular patient, that N category. Same is T. So this is PT and PN, which we offer. And that can slightly differ from clinical, that is CT and CN. For clinical staging, we write C, and for pathology report, we write P. So all these factors we address in our final reporting.
Now this patient underwent lumpectomy, which was a ratio of post-histopathology, infiltrating ductal carcinoma, T1 size 1.5 to 1.2 centimeter, YPT1C and 0 and 0. 0 out of 10 lymph nodes removed, all negative, grade 2 angiolymphatic invasion present, margins negative, varimular invasion present, extratubular DCI is present. And ERPI negative, HER2 negative, KI67 60%.
Here I would like to mention about this, please show that slide. This Y, this YP is written here. This Y is used because here neoadjuvant therapy was given. For that we use the prefix Y.
Now, I would like to continuation of your. There is this concept of residual cancer burden that is recently evolved and still I think is still being validated. So since we are sitting from various centers, so how many centers are actually checking for RCP?
No, residual cancer, like there is
RCP is residual cancer burden, which is certain criteria based on.
Actually, residual cancer is totally different entity and different area, and there instead of TNM we use R0, R1, R2 like that.
RCB is different.
Post-chemo, how much when we did the surgery?
Leftover.
Post-op HPR is showing how much of residual disease.
Yeah, that. Oh, you mean that after the post-op? Okay, okay. So we try to put the volume. We try to volumize the tumor load with the help of we have morphometry in our this thing, but that is not very accurate. We have to correlate with the radiological findings, like post neoadjuvant therapy, and then we have to do really thorough sectioning. Like they say, it should be like 2 mm thickness slices we have to examine. Even in lymph nodes, we try to follow that. And yes, we can voluminize, but at present we are not doing it.
Sir, are we doing that?
RCB we are doing as a project. It's an ICMAR project. Doing the last 3 years RCB, and it is they have to validate it first because it's a challenge. But it is very important, and there are many studies where they show. I have experience of Aberdeen where they're doing it in that lab. So that's from that experience I can tell you. They were doing a study on the RCB with the the relationship with the chemotherapy dose or etc. They were doing, and all I remember is one graph that they would show every time in the tumor board that we are observing the RCB reducing with this particular regime. So it is actually One end is PCR, which again has been redefined in the AGCC edition. It's not the PCR that we used to talk about earlier. Even in situ is to be absent, and you have to have in situ absent even in the lymph node. And the other thing about remarking it with the receptors, because it's sometimes the biomarkers change post chemotherapy.
Yes.
It's not going to affect your treatment because treatment has been planned based on the core biopsy, biomarker status. So they are correlating these 4 things. So that's all we are doing. We are not doing it as a routine protocol as of now. Are you doing it here?
No, we are not.
Sir, there is one more term we are seeing nowadays. Up-regulation of receptor, down-regulation of receptor.
What is talking?
Before you are doing chemotherapy,
That is the graph I was talking about. It's up and down regulation. It's actually the rocket science made out of something simple. You're basically looking at response. And response, do you know when we started with the neoadjuvant chemotherapy, way back, it used to be after 2 cycles, you find how much the tumor has shrunk. Now this is not anatomical response. And we also talk about Swiss cheese response now. Putting one clip like Dr. Umang was mentioning, we've been doing it regularly, putting one clip in the center. But now this you need to bracket it because sometimes the response is not concentric, or you put the clip after 2 cycles. So that's when they look at the up and down graph. So don't read too much into it. It actually means the same thing.
now what further treatment we should go for adjuvant radiation, after adjuvant radiation, adjuvant capecitabine or PARP inhibitor, or any role of immunotherapy, any PD-L1 marker we have to do in this case?
So I believe the radiation one, yes, adjuvant radiation has to be given in this patient. So the other things, I think the medical oncologist.
This patient is a very aggressive triple negative patient, having residual disease of 1.5 centimeter, and very positive, and yes, it's more than 60%. So that's for sure. And we are adequate evidence to keep extending chemotherapy. So if neoadjuvant part was completed like 8 cycles or even before surgery, then we are going to continue at least 6 to 8 cycles of adjuvant capecitabine. And since patient is BRCA negative, there is no role of collateral as of now. But if you would have been a triple negative with BRCA positive case, then adjuvant collateral for 1 year is part of the guideline, but whether it should be a standard of care, we are not doing adequate evidence as of now. Because right now there is no pediatric survival for every patient, and there is only the single one trial. So we are waiting for further evidence. But yeah, single agent capecitabine adjuvant for at least 6 to 8 cycles is must for this issue.
PI67 will differentiate whether it is aggressive disease or in triple negative breast cancer, whether it is less aggressive or more aggressive.
In hormone positive breast cancer, those patients having high KI67, they are candidates for adjuvant cycle. So that evidence is generated based on this hypothesis that high KI67 means aggressive disease and they are getting benefit with more aggressive therapy. In triple negative breast cancer, there is no evidence that those are in high KI67 you need to change your time. But that's going to indicate the fact that we are dealing with aggressive disease biology, and we need to be more careful while patient is on follow-up.
Now, according to NCCN 2022, in her HR negative and HER2 negative tumor, hormone receptor negative tumor and HER2 negative tumor, YPT0 and 0 disease after neoadjuvant chemotherapy or there is pathological complication. For high-risk patients, we should go for adjuvant pembrolizumab immunotherapy. In Y, if there is less than pathological complete response, YTPT1 to T4 and 0, we should go for adjuvant capecitabine 6 to 8 cycles or adjuvant immunotherapy for 1 year.
Adjuvant immunotherapy is only for those patients who are offered neoadjuvant, not for those patients who are not offered. So this patient didn't receive neoadjuvant, so she is not candidate for conversion.
Now my next question is, what is the role of adjuvant radiation after lumpectomy and what technique, dose, volume should be considered to man?
Yeah, adjuvant radiation has to be given in this patient. She was given NACT, I believe, because the bi thing was it. Yeah, and the technique is we give it like EBRT, 50 grades, 25 fraction. And that is the lowest that we go up to, although there are studies which are showing that we can now go for hypofractionation, and which is being followed in few centers. The volume is the volume of the entire breast we go, and then we go for the boost at the lumpectomy site.
So any dose we will differ as in triple negative breast cancer, it is aggressive disease. We should go for higher dose.
We go with the standard dose.
And we can also tell the same thing as ma'am told. We will go for hypofractionated radiation, and to lumpectomy we will lumpectomy side we will give boost to the tumor side. Another question arises: what are the various techniques for boost in this case? Any role of APBI, accelerated partial breast irradiation in this case?
She is a case of triple negative breast cancer. So APBI has.
And she is the early breast cancer T2N0.
But we have to see the hormone status also. It's one of the things that has to be considered. And what are the various techniques for boost in this case? So boost can be, we can give it through Reiki, we can give it through electrons. Now, toner-based, simultaneously integrated boost also we are giving. So these are the ways.
Sir, I would ask to Manu Gupta sir that we are doing in ACCH. As I am a student of Manu Gupta sir, in there we give interstitial brachytherapy. After is there any role of interstitial brachytherapy in adjuvant setting?
So basically, as a boost, of course, APBI has no role. It is a triple negative disease. Even if it is an early breast cancer, we won't have APBI. Right? So regarding boost, we can do a perioperative kind of brachytherapy. So after doing a lumpectomy, we put the catheters, and then from day 3 onwards, we treat just give a boost of 3 or 4 fractions, finishing in 2 days. And then, immediately after that, after say 2 weeks, we plan the whole breast. So that is what another way of doing this.
And we can also tell the boost can be given by electron, photons, or brachytherapy. Hypofractionated protocol is used. After BCI, if there is negative electrical whole breast radiation plus minus boost according to the high risk factor. If it is a central or medial tumor, PDC tumor, we should go for the boost. And extensive lymphovascular invasion or negative tumor, both should be considered. Similarly, 1, 2, 3 positive lymph nodes, if we meet all the criteria, then we would go for boost to the lumpectomy side. As we have discussed, APBI patient more than equal to 50 years, invasive carcinoma more than 2 centimeters, no APBI, ER positive tumor, BRCA negative tumor, we should go for APBI. This patient is treated at our center with a dose of 48 days, 50% to whole breast and goes to the post-operative SICMAR ONCOCON. Another case, now we go to the second session, operable oral cavity cancer. 54-year-old male presented to chief complaint of swelling and pain left oral cavity from 3 months. In the examination, there is 3 to 3 centimeter mass involving left angle of mouth and lower in left buccal mucosa going up to left lower first molar tooth. Retromolar triangle in the area of oral cavity was normal. No palpable infected question. Same question arises: what investigation you will consider in this case? Preliminary investigation you will consider in this case. I will ask.
Hello. Definitely, we will confirm the diagnosis at this stage. So biopsy will be required to confirm the diagnosis, and a good contrast and CT scan along with the dental scan. Because this is because I need to know whether the mandible is involved or not. So with good dental scan, CT scan. PET CT scan, actually for this patient I would never ask for. MRI where bone I need to see, again that's not a good test. Maybe for tongue, MRI would be good. Soft tissue MRI is good, but when you're looking at the bony aspect, there's a CT scan that we normally ask for. That would have. Of course, remaining would be the surgical aspect, the blood test, chest X-rays, and so on and so forth. Mainly these two things are important.
I would ask you, sir, whether we will go for any other investigation before surgery for any OPG or some type of investigation to see any disease extent or
See, once you are doing an incisional biopsy along with the CCT and the MRI, there is really no need of any OPG. Conventionally, we advise a OPG just to see what is the local damage in one film, basically. Otherwise, there is no need of OPG as such.
Maybe cone beam CT is required when we want to do marginal manipulation in those cases where if cone beam CT is available, that will give a better mandibular images and the margin assessment, how much margin we able to resect and how much arch we able to preserve in those cases.
See, CBCT, as far as we are talking of NCCT, most of the institutions, they have this facility of NCCT. CBCT is limited in its applicability, and few of the dental institutions are only having the CBCT cone beam facilities. Definitely, that is very informative as far as the particular anatomical location is concerned. It's very informative in terms of involvement of the inferior alveolar canal as well as the basal bone and to the extension of the lingual cortex. That gives a detailed perspective on that.
But I would be very clear, if the bone is involved, at least as of now, we don't preserve the mandible. Would you preserve the mandible if the bone is involved?
See, till what label the mandible is involved.
Absolutely. I mean, if it's just
Now you can do from a marginal mandibulectomy to a en-bloc resection without continuity defect. Still, it's a better option rather than giving a segmental defect, which is very difficult to reconstruct. Because if you are giving something reconstruction like a plate or something like that, and the patient goes for a radiotherapy, invariably it gets exposed. So we will prefer that we should preserve some amount of
or go for a free flap now. Free flap is
free fibula, that's a different perspective altogether. But if possible, we'll try to preserve the mandible.
Whether we go for metastatic workup for chest X-ray, CCT thorax, or we go for ultrasound whole abdomen, in this case, whether in head and neck in such a small tumor, whether we have chances to go meds to bone or somewhere else, we have bone scan, whether we should consider for that or not.
Yeah, I feel definitely we should consider for the meds.
See, in this scenario, the small tumor, I would not go for a PET CT scan or a CT scan on the chest region. In this ultrasound, definitely not. Of course, if the patient would have a large nodal disease or a large disease, then yes, I would go for some sort of metastatic workup. In this scenario, chest X-ray, one of the most common sites is chest, and chest X-ray definitely. But a CT scan only if X-ray shows some sort of thing, then maybe. Otherwise, in the presence of a heavy burden of disease, large nodes, then I definitely would like to go for metastatic workup.
Whether we go for excisional biopsy, true cut biopsy, or wedge biopsy.
See, all this case, particularly if you are dealing with oral cancer, ideally you should go for an incisional biopsy. First, you diagnose what is the disease. Rather than you do something like excisional biopsy, later on it turns out to be a malignant lesion, and you don't know what is your HP clearance. So that is a partial treatment. It is not a complete treatment. That's what I feel.
See, a wedge biopsy is what we call an incisional biopsy. We will always take a small wedge with the normal tissue. That is it. True cut biopsy can never be done in oral cancer, but you are using a needle for that. That's not possible. Excisional biopsy only in a scenario where it's a very small lesion and you feel that can be curated. You have a small 1 centimeter or even less than that sort of lesion, and you do a wide local excision, and even if it's positive, the curative treatment is done. That is the only indication where excisional biopsy will be done. Otherwise, as I said, it is only an incisional biopsy. Sometimes a punch biopsy. With a proliferative tumor, sometimes you use a punch. That is as good. But if it is not proliferative, then an incisional biopsy.
And these are all, basically, these fancy names don't change the concept of biopsy.
Biopsy, yeah.
Incisional, excisional. Excisional when the size is very small and you can get a clear margin. Otherwise, it's always incisional. Incisional includes even core biopsy. It's not indicated here. Core biopsy is also incisional. Edge biopsy, wedge biopsy, punch biopsy, X biopsy, Y biopsy. It's the edge that you want because maximum, most proliferating part. The concept of wedge is gone because that is what was earlier thought the pathologist needs a normal tissue. They're too smart to need that. They're able to pick it up. So it's for the maximum proliferation that you want the edge, not for anything else. Excisional biopsy is not a biopsy. You excise something which is too small to be incised. You get the point? It's like, when incision would amount to excision, but otherwise there's nothing like diagnostic excision, right?
Excision is always curative.
Excisional biopsy was done with suggestion of stomach cell carcinoma, moderately differentiated CED, face neck, suggestion of ulcer proliferative growth, 4 into 4 centimeter arising from left gyrofocal cell. Chest X-ray within normal limit. Patient then underwent left and mandibulectomy with TMC left and modified radical neck dissection.
May I just sort? Why was this patient? Why did the patient undergo mandibulectomy? I mean, basically, was the bone involved? Because that was not mentioned in the CT scan. It just showed the lesions out there. Just go back to the CT scan. It just showed a soft tissue.
Next, yeah.
I know left gingival circle. That's it. It doesn't say that the bone is involved. So why would it go for mandibulectomy? As he said, a marginal mandibulectomy would be good enough for that. So any specific reason why the surgeon went for a mandibulectomy person?
Sir, around the lesion is going towards bone, eroding bone. Actually,
So bone was involved.
Bone was involved.
Fine.
Moreover, I think as far as I remember, because this case was, I think, reported here, it was not excisional, it was incisional biopsy. It was incisional biopsy.
Excision happened later.
Yeah.
So now my next question is, when to address bilateral neck and indication of sentinel lymph node biopsy in oral cavity?
The fact is, bilateral neck would be addressed if either it is a posterior tongue lesion, where you have bilateral, both sides neural spread, or it is in the center, whether it is the chin or the center of the lip, which is a large one, or the tip of the tongue, or is just at the midline of the tongue, or midline of the floor of the mouth. That is the indication where you address the bilateral neck. Apart from that, if it is an oral cancer on one side, I don't think any of us would do bilateral neck. Would you do that?
Anything traditionally on the midline should be a candidate for bilateral neck dissection.
That's it.
Now,
Except posterior tongue.
Yeah.
Posterior tongue, irrespective of what side it is, you have to go for bilateral.
there is one paper by Anil D. Cruz in TMS. He tells that in N0 neck, you have to go for neck dissection.
That's not bilateral. See, that's not bilateral. That's an elective neck dissection. The purpose was, should we go for elective neck or prophylactic neck dissection? So that is the difference that he said, that a prophylactic neck dissection is better rather than doing it once the node comes. So that is not a part of bilateral neck. So we should be very clear. It's not about bilateral neck. He's just saying like there was a time when for smaller lesions in the oral cavity, we were not doing neck. It was too small, nodes were negative. And we were doing it only when the node became positive.
So for prophylactic, what extent we have to go? Level 1, level 2 or level 3?
See, if you talk about buccal mucosa, I would do a good supraomohyoid neck dissection where level 1, 2 and 3 would be removed. If it is a tongue lesion, I would definitely go for the 2B also. And if that is positive, I'll go for level 4 also. Though in my scenario, in most of these things, I do a level 1, 2, 3, 4. Because with a small transverse incision, I'm able to do everything. But starting, I think a good level 1, 2A and 3 node is fine. And if send it for frozen section, if 2A is positive, you need to go for the 2B. And I would also need to do the level 4 also in that scenario. And for a tongue lesion, it is more aggressive tumor. I would definitely remove level 4 along with that. This is all talking about in the N0 neck. In N1 neck, the whole program changes. So the N0 neck, negative neck, we're talking about this. If it is positive, then all the 5 levels have to be removed.
In turn, because of skip lesion, we will go for.
Yeah, there is a 15% chance of having a level 4 skip without having level 1 or 2. In the buccal mucosa, it is very highly likely. I think the rate is less than 5%, if I'm correct, in buccal mucosa. So it is much less in the buccal mucosa. So we don't go for level 4 in most of the scenarios. Regarding SLNB, it is coming up, but I'm not doing it for this. Maybe if you're doing for SLNB in oral cavity.
I'll let you go ahead. See, yeah.
Sentinel lymph node, any role of sentinel lymph node?
We did actually a thesis 2 years ago. It is useful in buccal mucosa. Too many false negatives in tongue. But buccal mucosa and gingivobuccal sulcus, it can predict well. But you know, when you're talking about sentinel node biopsy, it's a node negative case.
Yes.
And imaging has improved tremendously now over the years. So the terms like prophylactic neck dissection, etc., these terms are more or less gone. Each neck dissection, you must be knowing about the classification has changed. It's no longer MRND1, MRND2, and MRND3 and RND and SOHND or ultra SOHND, as you were saying in tongue. It is SND now. Selective neck dissection, mention the levels and what you've saved, right? So classically, when you're doing in a node positive disease on one side, you may do elective rather than prophylactic. Elective SND 1, 2, 3. It doesn't cause a kind of morbidity, but imaging can pick it up very smartly these days, right? Now, the sentinel biopsy that we did, we were using dye alone. It is quite messy in most cases because our patients are advanced, but it can be useful. We did it as when you validate a study. There were not node negative patients. We injected and we started with level 1 and picked up the blue node, sent it for a biopsy, for histology, and we did the complete neck. Then we looked at the false negative rate. So for buccal mucosa, it is all right because we misunderstand oral cancers as one entity. Each subsite has a totally different behavior. So it is not very useful as of now.
Actually, what is one thing I have to mention just is a lot of things depend on squamous cell carcinoma. What was the incisional biopsy? If it is low grade tumor, well differentiated tumor, no LVI present, then conservative approach is equally good. You have not to be very much aggressive. If tumor is high grade, not very LVI present, as the CA kinase whole concept has been changed in penile conservation study.
What we use in N0 neck, standard treatment, level 1 dissection, 2 and 3, as sir told, elective dissection. Now, another question that I raised in post-op pathology specimen, same question, what factors to be seen according to the latest guideline, whether we follow CAP guideline, American guideline, or what we follow?
Yes, in our institution, we are following CAP protocol for reporting. And in this, the newer guidelines which have been, like you can say, this is the a new addition, mainly 2 factors. Besides, this question is what factors to be seen according to latest guidelines. So all these factors which I mentioned in breast carcinoma, locality, focality, and because this oral cancer, they are slightly tricky in their behavior because this term called cancerization. Multifocality is common or simultaneous 2 tumors, synchronous tumors are common. So that we have to take care of. And then we have to see the grade and then stage and the clearance of margin. So same things which we mentioned. But besides that, this TNM classification has given importance to depth of invasion and perinodal extension, like extranodal extension, ENE, and depth of invasion. And all these combinations of depth of invasion and extranodal extension, these combinations will change the staging. Every 5 mm is going to change the further increase 1 stage. And as with the combination of this extranodal extension. So this is the new advancement. This is the change which latest which we are following. Besides all these margins and this grading and type of tumor, that's all.
Any role of, sir, PDL1 in head and neck, in locally advanced head and neck, or it is your PDL1 is there in metastatic, and whether to go for immunotherapy for changing the survival of the patient, poor prognostic, as head and neck malignancy has poor prognosis, more adverse features are seen. We have to go for PDL1, we can go for any further treatment after radiation or not to improve the survival of the patient.
So as a disease, early oral or early for that matter, early head and neck cancer is a very limited role of systemic therapy as well. So even in locally advanced, the role is always debatable whether we are improving survival or not. Having said that, coming to the evidence, there are papers, there is newer data. The latest thing in Nature publication, September 2022, this year only, Chinese publication. They offered PDL1 combination with VEGF inhibition, and that combination was able to produce 40% major pathological response. And obviously, if there is operable disease, then primary therapy must not be delayed. Primary therapy should always be offered. But because of any XYZ reason, you are not able to offer primary therapy, then only there is some limited role of systemic therapy as of now. But that's not part of the guideline, and that should only be individualized if there is no other alternative.
90% of head and neck cancer are EGFR positive. Can we go for any anti-EGFR treatment as in lung? We go for.
So that's also one of the things that residents must know, that EGFR expression and EGFR mutation are not the same thing. They are totally different scenarios. So when we are seeing head and neck EGFR overexpression, so that is not a driver to mutation in head and neck cancer. So whatever we target, now we are having adequate evidence of cetuximab and whatever accelerated inhibition that has not improved survival. So that is an alternative only if you are not able to offer chemotherapy. Okay. So that is not part of standard of care therapy in any setting, unless the patient is not candidate for standard chemotherapy.
Now, post availability as I am told, same factors PG in original report, and it say was PT4A and 0 and 0. Depth of elevation 1.2 centimeters, so more than 10 mm, and depth of elevation, so it has been changed to T4. As per new HACC guideline, as I am told, there is change in depth of changing from previous.
One more thing, what recent you said that I mentioned 2 points. Another is if it is posteriorly located tumor, then better to have HPV testing because it's supposed to have better prognosis. I don't know the experience. Other can continue.
Broadly, HPV, non-HPV, and three things that have changed in ACCA tradition. One of them is this only. We have divided them into HPV and non-HPV squamous cell carcinomas, DOI and ENE. This is what has this is the only change that has happened. So they do, yes, they do better, and it's important to find out. Yes.
But sir, HPV is mostly oropharynx tumor.
That's it.
That's what she said. But they are part of it. Also, you can get them at the angle of the mouth, as usually the varicose kind of growths, which don't infiltrate deeper, they infiltrate into the thin air. So they do better.
P16 is the one that we do.
Same P16 for HPV.
These are recent cases, and I am told they are staying after death of it. Now what will be the, now we will go for radiation, adjuvant radiation. What will be the dose and volume of adjuvant radiation according to the guideline?
So it's post-op case, so I go for 16 in the post-op setting.
Same it is as mentioned in NCCN guideline, high risk we go for more dose, but in 60 days is the ideal dose which we offer nowadays. Whether you want to add component chemotherapy also, any role of neoadjuvant chemotherapy or chemotherapy in this case.
I think that he already described, so there is very limited role of systemic treatment in operable oral care.
According to landmark plans in NCCN 2022, component chemotherapy indication in extra nodal extension and margin positive disease. But in margin positive, we have to go for resection as well. But nowadays, some trials are going in NCCN, it is mentioned in margin positive, we will go for component chemotherapy.
In addition to that, there is meta-analysis of more than 3 minor risk factors if they are present. Like this is either EME or FAND or all. But if there are more than 3 minor risk factors, if they are positive, then still there is some survival benefit of offering platinum to radiate during radiation.
That may be a soft indicator, but on resident it is only 2 indicators.
What external extension and the margin positivity. The other maybe it could be debatable, so that's why it may be confusing to residents.
But that's category 1 evidence based on meta-analysis.
Yes.
Then we are more than 3 indications, there is some benefit.
These soft indicators are not in guidelines and category 1.
Just one question from the pathologist. Is there any difference as far as margin status is concerned between breast and oral cavity?
Yeah, there is a difference because as far as this oral, when we receive this mandibulectomy, heavy mandibulectomy specimen, it's very difficult to first of all orient it, and in this very important becomes the bone invasion, the bone margin. Like one is the continuation of the tumor, another is to say that whether bone is clear or not, underlying bone is involved or not. That clearance also we have to give. That is the additional point.
So I am asking in reference, like in breast cancer, what is the traditional teaching is that if there is a no cell on the inked margin, we consider it a negative. In oral cavity, there is a classification whether margins are positive or the close or negative. So the standard teaching is that if it is less than 1 millimeter, it is considered as positive. If it is up to 5 millimeter, less than 5 millimeter, it is close, and more than 5, it is negative. So it is negative.
Actually, in breast.
So
yes.
yeah, so because I raised this question that margin positive is fine, but if margins are close, would you like to add chemotherapy?
I think it is better to escalate those to the post-op tumor bed area. I don't think there is a such indication as per guideline.
Basically, what chemotherapy does, when you add it with radiation, it basically, enhance the effect of radiation. Or you can say that if you convert the chemotherapy into the dose of radiation, it makes as an equivalent. So already if you are giving 60 gray along with chemotherapy, so around 4 to 5 gray is equivalent to chemotherapy. So already increasing the dose. So in my opinion, that if the margins are closed, I think, it is better to be on safer side. Even the literature is silent on that, right?
Another point which you mentioned, sir, like in breast, we have to see the in situ component also. That also should not be there at the margin. That we have to take care of. This is the difference between oral and this thing.
Sir, as we in oropharyngal tumor, there is bulky tumor. So in PCT positive or HPV positive tumor, we can give lesser dose to the tumor or same dose should be given because they are better radio responsive tumor. HPV tumors are more radio responsive.
So they are more responsive, but still we don't have any evidence which suggests that we can de-escalate the dose of radiation. So we should never de-escalate.
Probably they are silent on the C and RT and CRT is this because the chances of bisphosphonate or bronze radiation-induced osteomyelitis is very high. So once it happens, in fact, it's very, very difficult to handle it in any way. Surgery has got limitations to handle the bronze or bronze.
So I don't agree with this now. With modern technique, the radio necrosis incidents are very, very, very less.
It is more commonly seen with bisphosphonates.
I think, sorry to interrupt, I think time is short. One important lecture of Dr. G.K. Rath is pending. So I request please finish in 1 minute.
Already finished.
I request you.
Thank you for your kind. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, panelists and moderator for doing a wonderful discussion. Now hand over to the organizers.
We would give you mementos before going to the. Okay.
I request Dr. Arun Kumar sir to please come on stage and present memento to the panelists as a token of thanks and appreciation.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's my extreme pleasure in welcoming our guest speaker, Dr. G.K. Dutt, sir, who has taken out time from his busy schedule and graced our occasion. Sir does not need an introduction and is an internationally acclaimed, renowned and pioneer in radiation oncology. Sir is a former chief of BRA Institute, Rotary Cancer Hospital, New Delhi, and former director of National Cancer Institute, Jhajjar. Sir had an excellent career and had received many innumerable prestigious awards and fellowships, including Lifetime Achievement Award by AROI, Dr. P.K. Haldar Memorial Oration of AROI, and the Indian Radiological and Imaging Association accolade, and was heading many important organizations of India. I would request Sir to please share the light on the role and need of new cancer center in India.
Good evening. I thank the organizers for calling me over here. I have been coming very regularly. In fact, I was the first one to come to LLRM Medical College, Meerut, about 35 years back, when Dr. Usha Sharma, I think, was the principal, to start the first radiotherapy machine there in Meerut. So it has been a great experience. This lecture is more an administrative sort of lecture, and I will try to skip some of the slides which has been extensively discussed. I won't go detail into my area of core competence, which is radiation oncology. The topic which has been given to me is role and need of new cancer centers of India. And let me assure our colleagues here, both young and middle and old, that cancer is a fantastic disease, both for patients and for doctors also. And there is a need for cancer therapy centers for 50 more years. And there is a job for everybody, 7 main branches of oncology. There is a need for 50 more years. Unlike cardiology, neurology, nephrology, which are getting saturated, cancer is yet to be saturated. I will show you in very 2 or 3 slides. I have many, but I will skip all of them. The reason is, let me share the first slide first. Well, I'll tell you afterwards. Well, now, when I studied medicine, cancer was not among the top 10 causes of death. The deaths were in the 60s and early 70s was cholera, smallpox, plague. Cancer was not among the top 10. But today, I'll show you some data to say that in West, and there's a publication in Lancet, that the death from cancer has already overtaken cardiac in a major study in Lancet. It's a McMaster study from 5 continents and 25 countries study. So it's a ringing bell for all of us. In our country, still number 2. That's number 1. Number 2, cancer, I say always, is an excellent disease because the conditions were affecting all of us right now, non-communicable diseases are diabetes, blood pressure, thyroid, and cancer. You tell me which disease is curable? Diabetes is neither preventable nor curable. You can maintain diabetes. Blood pressure is neither curable nor preventable. So if God asks me what disease you want, I'll say, give me cancer. And if there is a preference, I'll ask prostate or thyroid. But there is 98% cure rate. And I've never seen a patient of diabetes getting cured, unless there are some newspaper reports by this Baba, that Baba, etc. But I have at least 1.5 lakh cases in Delhi cured of cancer. I'll tell you some of the celebrities who have announced themselves, cannot announce everybody, like Yuvraj Singh, even though he was not my patient, I only saw him initially, is cured. So he's not going to, because he has, made an association, UBCAN. Manisha Kurala is a great support to all of us. He is cured. Rakesh Roshan, cured. There are many. So cancer is 50% curable, 50% early diagnosable, and 50% preventable. You can't have a fantastic disease better than this. So for that, we need more centers because we have this problem. This is the first slide and last slide. I'll show you also this. So this is the most important slide which I wanted to focus. Today, these are the statistics as of last month. We have 1,300, we have in fact 1.4, but I have taken at 1,300 billion population. And we require at least one teletherapy machines per million population. Whereas US, you require 4, today we have 4 per million. In Australia and Canada, it is 10 per million. Forget about that. We'll not get that in our great-great-grandson's lifetime also. But at least 1 per million. And where are we? We have, as of last month, 670 teletherapy machines working, which include teleguards also. Well, they are good machines. There is nothing wrong there. And so what we require is 1,300 minus 670. We are telling hard figure. We can discuss that afterwards. So we have 630 deficient today. And how are we doing today? Maximum per year, we add 60 machines. None of the year we have added more than 60. It's usually 55 to 60. And forget about 4 or 5, we are decommissioning. And we add 1 Australia every year to our country religiously. 20 million are added every year. So we are left with only 40. Actually, we should be 35 because 5 are getting decommissioned. So you tell me, we have a gap of 630. We are adding only 40 machines net addition per year when we are going to, see, same thing is happening in surgical oncology and also medical oncology. I just told because that's my core area. So I thought I'll tell you the example of taking radiation as first. So this is our need and this is going to be there for 50 more years. So everybody has a job. So cancer is an emergency actually. So you know why it happened is we have now controlled communicable diseases. You have hardly heard about cholera or smallpox recently. And the cancer is different from other diseases, as I told you, that 50% preventable, 50% curable, and 50% early diagnosable. And radiation therapy per se is not that I am a radiation oncologist, but radiation oncology is like an elephant in a zoo. अगर आपको बनाना है एक चिड़ियाघर, आप पहले बंदर लाके नहीं बना सकते, आपको हाथी लाना पड़ेगा. Because people will not come to see monkeys, they will come to see elephants. And radiation therapy is, that's why the major modality of treatment. And you'll be surprised that there are very, very few government cancer centers in entire, very few, in entire Delhi and NCR area, which is an emergency. It also alone cures many cancers and it cures life and treats many benign cancers also. I'll quickly go through these slides because, we have limited time. Now, there has been tremendous, this is a very important slide also, which I am working on right now. Why people don't put cancer therapy, particular radiation, ki expensive hai. So, बोलने से थोड़ी होगा. We have to do something about it. And let me tell you, Government of India is helping manufacturing cobalt and linear accelerator machine in this country in the last 35 years, in which I am personally involved. We have already produced 120 cobalt machines. Some have been donated by Government of India to, of course, smaller countries like Vietnam, Cambodia, etc., by our own Prime Minister. It's being, steered by Department of Atomic Energy, BRC. And we have already made 6 Linacs, 120 cobalts, 40 simulator. Price, half. If somebody asks what is the price of a Halcyon today, it is 22 crores. But the machine which Government of India prepares, which we prepare, is less than 10 crores. Less than 10 crores with better features. It has electrons. So certain things like this has to be done. First of all, we have 14 million new cancer cases in a year. 1.4 million, 14 lakhs. 50% are preventable. मैं जब बताता हूँ किसी बोले कैसे प्रिवेंटेबल है, मैं बोला हमारे पंजाब में जाइए, you don't see सरदार जी smoking. So we talked about oral cancer. सरदार जी में oral cancer नहीं होता, क्योंकि पान नहीं खाते, सिगरेट नहीं पीते, तो प्रूफ तो हमारे कंट्री में. तो why can't we work on that? इसमें कोई खर्चे की इन्वॉल्व नहीं है, and all of us can take part in that. Well, these are some of the advanced features. This is my special area of interest, which is brachytherapy. Brachytherapy is like a surgery. Brachytherapy and surgery are very similar. Both are absolutely local, regional methods of management. We were discussing about breast cancer boost. Brachytherapy is the best boost, but depends on your capability. Like you can't study in medicine in the library and go and do surgery. You require practical help. So brachy, you must have the skills like a surgeon. You must have the skills to put radiation where it is required. So the skills are very important. In brachytherapy, most people don't do it because you go suited, booted, go and tell your physicist to plan and technician to treat. You go suited, booted, don't take out your shoes or go to the operation theater. So the question is, this is the best modality. And let me tell you, the competent and experienced brachytherapy in the world, they do brachytherapy anywhere from head to toe. Anywhere from head to toe. And there are many people saying, no, brachytherapy ki zarurat hai. See, the question is, when we didn't have Maruti car, we didn't need Maruti car. Every other car is important. So the question is a very, very good variety and very good thing for skill development. I'll show some of the slides, which are our own slides. You can do it by intra-operative, where you have a good cooperation with a surgeon and have friendship with a surgeon, of course. And this is, we're talking of soft tissue sarcoma. We have treated 250 soft tissue sarcoma. This is what we go inside. This is a ham applicator. When the surgeon has operated, we go inside and place our catheters right there. This is Freiberg applicator. Different type of applicators are there. And we treat when the patient is under anesthesia. This is a very, very interesting, and this will make the students, if you just go suited, booted, aisa plan karo, aisa karo, then wo bhul jayega, bolega, main chale jata hu yahan se. So it requires skill, and we must help in skill development. Similarly, these are several advances in brachytherapy. We have advances in brachytherapy where we can do online treatment planning. We're talking about partial breast irradiation, electronic brachytherapy. These are various methods of brachytherapy. We can discuss as we come because the time is short. I don't want to take a lot of time. And image-based brachytherapy, image-guided brachytherapy. We have done brachytherapy from everywhere, from brain till lung till liver. Everywhere it's possible. It's like surgeon can do anywhere from head to foot. Why can't you put brachytherapy? We have done brachytherapy in nasopharynx. So the question is, if you want to get a cure, and in cancer, the first treatment has to be the best treatment. You can't say, I have no time today, come tomorrow. Tomorrow may be too late. So the first treatment, loco-regional treatment, like, epithelial cancer, surgery, radiation therapy, the first treatment has to be the best treatment. And this is again one of our cases of liver, and we have integrated brachytherapy. We have even, used coronary intravascular brachytherapy. Whenever you have brachytherapy, you can do everything. Brain tumor brachytherapy. And this is our own scenario. I'd like to spend 1 or 2 minutes here. Each year, we have about 15 lakh new cancer cases, and 8 lakh died. Compared to COVID, entire India, only 6.5 lakhs died. I don't say any death is bad. Only 6.5 lakh died due to COVID. Because it was an emergency, it was a shock to all of us. Every year, 8 lakh patients die due to cancer. But we think, and another tragedy about cancer is most cancer centers are memorial centers. Memorial means Tata Memorial, Sloan Kettering Memorial, Dharamsala Memorial. You don't find a meningitis memorial or diabetes memorial. I don't know why cancer touches the heart. Every other person is dying of cancer. So unless we understand that, this memorial concept has to go. And anytime we have 45 lakhs, there is huge geographic variation. There are states which doesn't have any cancer center. And Northeast, people don't know how many states are there in Northeast. I'm sure if I ask, most people don't know. There are 8 states. People think 7 sisters. Are 75 se SICMAR aa rakha hai. Usko koi nahi count karta. Why we say Northeast is important? Northeast has the highest incidence of cancer. Lowest incidence of cancer in our country is a place called Barsi, Gaon mein, Maharashtra mein. 40 per 1 lakh. Aizawl, which is the capital of Mizoram, Northeast is my favorite. I go there once in 2 months. Because there were the problem. It is 280, variety of reasons that we can discuss. And the best part of cancer is 50% is preventable. Sardar ji ko nahi hota, अंग्रेजों को नहीं होता, अंग्रेज पान नहीं खाता, मुंह में नहीं होता, सिगरेट पीता है इसलिए लंग्स में होता है. तो कॉज तो हमारी है. What is wrong there? We prevent there. Similarly, vaccination for girls, I will ask the girls here, 99% will not be vaccinated. तो पढ़ के क्या फायदा है? 9 to 26, if anybody has a daughter, enters my office, not taken vaccination, is not allowed next time. Simple, very simple. And 50% are preventable. Facilities in our country is 0.5 million. It should be at least 1 per million, compared to 4 per million in Europe and 10 per million in Canada and Australia. तो हम कहाँ हैं? बोलेगे तो सब करेगा. तो गवर्नमेंट सब करेगा, हमारे फिर क्या है? गवर्नमेंट का जितना अकल हमारे भी उतना अकल है. So we all can do like what has been done here. Fantastic effort has been done here. अब बोलेगा मैं क्यों करूं? तो कौन करेगा? If we don't do something for others, who will do? गवर्नमेंट का दूसरा काम है, लोगों को खाना खिला रहा है, छोड़ दो उनको. Well, I will leave this for time being because this we can do after some time. I am now interested in projects which I will tell you. Like surgery and radiation therapy, local treatment and medical oncology is a systemic treatment. In radiation therapy today, somebody asked, which is the best treatment today available in radiation therapy? It's carbon. Cost is not much, only 2,000 crores. But for India, 2,000 crores is not an issue. It's a very small problem. And proton, LINAC has a RB of 1. Proton has a RB of 1.2. Carbon has a RB of 5. So the soft tissue sarcomas, which are not curable by routine radiotherapy, are totally cured by, but unfortunately, we are trying to get that. In 5 years, proton, carbon, both are being manufactured in this country. So there is no issue about that. Well, this our youngsters must know. This is a study I was mentioning. This is called PURE study, Prospective Urban Rural Epidemiology, where it is a McMaster study, 3rd of September 2019, Lancet. The death from cancer has already overtaken cardiac. But you find here how many oncologists are there in Meerut and how many cardiologists are there. You throw a stone, falls in a cardiologist, heart attack, itna ho gaya, ab wo they are without jobs now. हमारे लेकिन इतना काम है, 50 more years, there is enough jobs in oncology. Because it's already overtaken. And हमारे क्या देख रहे हैं? Each year we are adding only 35 patients. ये कब तक चलेगी? We must do by adding more number cancer center, as Subharati has wonderfully done. Number 2, adding more, producing more in Make in India patients. Pure radiotherapy नहीं बहुत expensive है. वो बढ़िया स्टेथोस्कोप पे बैठ गया कार्डियोलॉजिस्ट वहीं अपना क्लिनिक में खत्म हो गया. कोई पैसा की खर्च नहीं, एक बीपी इंस्ट्रूमेंट और एक स्टेथोस्कोप. आजकल स्टेथोस्कोप की जरूरत नहीं. But in cancer, we need to be much more innovative. So this is an evidence for our friends. Well, we have a cancer registry program. We also must know how we must register our own data and find out what we are all doing. This is a study I was showing. There is a huge geographic variation. India is like the United States of India. We have 268 languages. 15 तो हमारा करेंसी नोट में लिखी हुई है. ठीक है. कैंसर भी ऐसे ही है. 40 to 280. And this is absolutely valid. These are our own data, ICMR data. You go to the ICMR website, NCRP, you will get this data. This is male, female, all sides. If you see lungs, same thing. There are places like Barsi, jahan 2.2 hai. You go to Aizawl, it's more than 32. So same thing about stomach, gallbladder. Gallbladder to India is the second to only one place called Chile. Chile में it's 35 per 100,000. India में in Assam, Kamrup में एक district है जहाँ 17 पर plus एक Ganges, उसके बहुत सारे कारण हैं, and all of us know, including Dr. Sintamani will agree with me, most gallbladders, all surgeons, we have famous surgeons here, they present in very advanced stages, incurable. So we need to pick them up early. This is our problem. Gallbladder is our problem. And tongue, breast, same thing. But we have, let me tell you, in cancer, whatever achievements we have made is fantastic. We have a reliable national cancer registry program since 1975. We must have a registry here. Because unless we have the registry, we don't know कितना एग्जाम पूछो किसी के एग्जाम में कितना कैंसर होता है इंडिया में बहुत होता है. So this is a very vague answer. मतलब उसको पता ही नहीं. ठीक है? Because cancer is something either आपको आता है या नहीं आता है. Guess work तो कुछ है ही नहीं. So बहुत आता है. How do you know? Unless you record our own data systematically. So, and we have a vibrant national cancer control program, and the whole program has been now, cancer has been added, stroke, CVD and diabetes have been added. It's called NPCDCS. Grant up to 120 crores. I remember when I came to LLRM, we gave only 5 crores. Today is 120 crores. That was 35 years back. So the first cohort came with that money. But we have plenty of, India is a rich country. Some of the Indians are poor. Any democracy you go, वहाँ गरीब मिलेंगे. अमेरिका के लोग ये मांगते हैं, I am very poor, give me $5 for beer. हमारे लोग यूं मांगते हैं, रोटी नहीं है, रोटी दे दो. तो जहाँ भी जाओ, वहाँ भी 35 मिलियन के पास खाना नहीं है. काम नहीं करना चाहता, खाना कहाँ से आएगा? वो चलेगा. Don't worry. We don't have to feed people. We have to see how do we improve the cancer scenario of this country, and we can do it. And let me tell you, we have done it. Incidence of cervical cancer is coming down. बड़े बड़े सिटी में जहां 40 per 1 lakh था, today it's 10 per 1 lakh. 10 per 1 lakh today. But still then we have a very high pickup because of our population. Tobacco related cancers number is coming down. So we are achieving a lot of things. Well, if you see our WHO report on tobacco smoking, 6% reduction has been there, and we have already achieved the goal of 2025. हम काफी अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं. But वही बात है कि हमारा जो huge population है, it's killing us. But we, all of us, need to work more on that. See, this is our own results of cancer lung coming down in certain registries. There is no all India registry because people don't give data. बोला मैं क्यों दूं? नहीं देते, क्या करोगे? हमारा free country है, democratic country है. But whatever 33 population based registry we have, covering only 11% of population, ये उसी का data है. But at least in Bhopal, Bombay, Sikkim and Dibrugarh, it is coming down. कहीं तो कम आ रहा है tobacco related cancers. And these are our publications. ये नहीं कि खाली हम बकवास कर रहे हैं, बोल रहे हैं. These publications are Indian publications. They are called Pattern of Care and Survival Studies. इंडिया के जो सेंटर ने राजी हुए, उनकी डाटा 10 साल के लेके, this has been published on all major cancer, head and neck, cervix, and breast, and of course retinoblastoma. There is a group. These are all head and neck, cervix, retinoblastoma, and these are our own data. The tragedy is cancer is not a notifiable disease. Like COVID is a अगर आपका COVID detect हुआ, government will catch you wherever you are, heaven or hell. They will catch you. They'll put you in some hospital. But cancer हो गया, आपने लेके cremate कर दिया, किसी को कुछ नहीं पता है, because it is not a notifiable. You know why? It is not notifiable because if it is notifiable legally, then government has a responsibility to treat. अब देख ले हमारा situation क्या है. इसलिए in spite of our best efforts, it is only administratively not. Administrative मतलब यहाँ सफाई रखना, ना करो तो चल जाएगी. There is no legal implication. So the question is, this has to be done. All of us have to do it. So there are some states which have administrative order. Administrator is not binding. And HPV vaccination, any girl of the age of 9 and 26, if they are not vaccinated, it is a criminal offense both for parents and the daughters also. And cervical cancer has come down only because of that. Of course, improved hygiene and all that. There are some states which have done it. We have lot of management guidelines. People say, हमें तो पता ही नहीं कैसे करना वो NCCN. As we just had, NCCN is for developed countries. We have ICMR guidelines, NCG guidelines, individual institutions guidelines, and all these guidelines are published. You can adopt your own guidelines depending on what you have. For example, this is one of the guidelines of ICMR, which is again published. And with that lot of Indo-foreign collaboration, we have established a National Cancer Institute for research, teaching, and patient care near Jhajjar. It's a complete Government of India institution, spending 5,000 crores. वहाँ बिरला जाए, बिल्लूराम जाए, सब free है. Charging का कोई system ही नहीं, सबका free है. These are our problem in this country, which we cannot solve, but we have to work in this. Poverty, illiteracy, out-of-pocket expenditure is very high. Lack of awareness, inadequate access, low socioeconomic standards, which we have to work under these circumstances. Well, there is a scheme of Government of India. It's called population-based screening. It detects. It is spread over 720 districts. बहुत कम district में effective है, but we should know this. 5 diseases: hypertension, diabetes, and 3 cancers: oral, cervical, and breast cancer. Where it launched in 2010-11, and got a setback because of COVID, and lot of things are getting done. And thank you. These are some indigenous equipment. As you told you, we are making indigenous equipment. It's a great effort in this country. Cancer research, we must give effort to. Again, coming back to the same slide, which I was given the topic, we are way behind what is our requirement. तो उसको खाली हमारा सरकार नहीं कर सकता. सरकार अपना काम कर रहा है. हमको करना पड़ेगा how to bridge this gap. And thank you very much. Any questions? Questions, please. पहली बात है, कैंसर इज ए फैंटास्टिक डिजीज है या नहीं है? आपको डायबिटीज लेना है, कैंसर लेना है? किसी के घर जाए बोलेगा कब खिलाओगे? मैं पहले इंसुलिन ले लेता हूँ. वो भी परेशान, आप भी परेशान. कैंसर वन डे क्रिकेट मैच. Either you kill the cancer, cancer kills you. खलास. Any questions? मैं तो स्टूडेंट होते थे, नहीं तो मैं पूछता. या तो सारा समझ गया, बिल्कुल नहीं समझा. Okay, thank you so much. We'll discuss that.
Thank you, sir, for such an enlightening and articulate talk. I would now request Dr. G.K. Thapliyal, sir, Vice Chancellor, Subharti University, Dr. H.S. Minhas, sir, Medical Superintendent, and Dr. Krishnamurthy, sir, Deputy Medical Superintendent, Chhatrapati Shivaji Subharti Hospital, to present a token of love and appreciation to our guest speaker, Dr. G.K. Rath, sir. Please, sir, come on stage.
Thank you very much. Cancer should not be a memorial cancer. Very interesting. Memorial, don't get him memorial. Dharamsala memorial, Batra memorial. Some memorial. From Lord Krishna. So nice.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Mr. Purushottam, Product Specialist, Varian Medical System, to shed light on TrueBeam with RPM and SRS and newer oncology solutions.
Yeah, you can remove this. Good evening, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here in this wonderful event. Myself, Purushothaman, product specialist from Radiant Medical Systems. Thanks for the organizing committee to give this wonderful opportunity to present in front of you all. Today, I'm going to talk about intelligent cancer care with our advanced TrueBeam technology with complete oncology solution. I will keep it very short. Since the multiple audiences are there, I will keep it very simple as well. So these are our complete portfolio, being a market leader in the cancer care. The right hand side which you are seeing is all delivery platforms, which is starting from ring gantry based linear accelerators and CM linear accelerators. And the left hand side which you are seeing is all the software products, which is the treatment planning systems and oncology information systems. Our vision is to create a world without fear of cancer. That's how we are inventing each and every equipment. We are coming up with this, aligning with this vision. In this auspicious institute, Subharti Medical College, we have delivered TrueBeam most advanced leading accelerator, which is TrueBeam technology. So it was invented in 2010, where the groundbreaking technology in the radiation oncology. After this invention, the entire radiation oncology changes a lot. The patient care is changed a lot. And if you look at the evaluation of this TrueBeam journey, every 2 years we coming up with upgradations. So what we are doing is we continuously discussing with our customers, getting the feedbacks, what we can do it better in the radiation oncology departments. So that's how we coming up with the next upgradation to solve this problems which they are facing in the day-to-day radiation oncology. TrueBeam offers multiple photon energies with a different high penetrations and electron beams, which is there with 1000 MU per minute, which is the high dose rate in the industries, which is offered for all the electron energies. And also we offer high dose rates for skin electron treatments, which is 2500 MU per minute, which is the industry's highest dose rate, where you can treat the total body skin electron treatments. And also we offer high intensity mode. This is the most important when we are looking for the stereotactic radiosurgery. You require a lot of dose rates to treat intracranial treatments with a less time. So you require a very good high dose rates to treat this. So we offer industry highest dose rate, which is 2400 MU per minute, which is for 10x, and 6x we offer 1400 MU per minute. When it comes control console, we offer very integrated and intuitive, guided, simple console for the therapist, where they can treat the patient very accurate and safe. So if you look at this left hand side, this is our TrueBeam console, where you can see very simplified monitors, where you can load the patients, and you can do the imagings, and you can make the couch shifters. Everything can be handled in this simplified consoles, rather the small things which makes the big difference in the patient care. So this systems allows you to care more about the patient. No need to worry about the technology, the complexity of the technology, what we are doing in the these are the safety features. TrueBeam have multiple layers of safety features. When it comes to radiotherapy equipments, safety is the most concern. So ARB, as per the ARB protocols, international protocols, we have aligned with this multiple layers of safety features. And compared to the previous linear accelerators, which is the completely analog based linear accelerators, So after inventing this TrueBeam platform, it is completely a digital platform. When I say it is a digital platform, master control system plays a vital role in our TrueBeam platform. So this is a real-time operating system. We call it as a supervisor. So what it does is every 10 milliseconds, it interacts with the major components of the linear accelerator like imaging, couch, canary, collimator, and treatments. Every 10 milliseconds, it decides what the system needs to be done. And every 10 milliseconds gets the feedback continuously from the systems, so that this ensures that every step of the treatment during the treatments, it's delivered very safely and accurately. And also this increases the treatment time. It be delivered very short period. When it comes precision, Varian never compromises. We offer sub-millimeter accuracy of the isocenter accuracy. It is possible because of we offer single base frame concept, where the gantry and the couch is in the same base frame. We offer less than 0.5 mm of radius of isocenter, which is the most important when you are treating the SRS, SBRT. This is the very much important, the tight tolerances which we offer normally. The TrueBeam delivery capabilities is all-in-one radiation oncology solution. If you look at this delivery capabilities, it does do every treatment techniques which is available in the radiation oncology industry. And also this TrueBeam is designed to deliver every sites of the cancers. You can treat almost all part of the body cancers in the patients. Starting from the 2D conventional treatments, you can treat all SRS, SBRT, IMRT treatments, and rapid arc treatments, gated rapid arcs. Every treatment techniques you can do with the TrueBeam platforms. If you look at the other dedicated SRS equipments, it can do only SRS or it can do only step and shoot IMRT. But TrueBeam can do every techniques in single stop. This is just a video. I would like to skip it as I'm running out of time. So the main thing, this is what I'm talking, the intuitive guided workflow. So if you look at the console, you can see the LED light is glowing here in each and every button. So this shows that which button need to be pressed by the technologist in the next step. So with this, therapists do not do any mistake. Even they are not forget to press it, this system will tell which button you need to press next. So that's how we call it as follow the lights. So we simplified the workflow. And here you see this linear accelerator is now taking the images. We have on board CBCT images. This shows that pre-treatment KV fluoro. Here you can see that moving target. You can see how the target is landing within the gated window or not. So before the treatment delivery, you can see how your target is moving, whether it is planned within the planned threshold region or it is away from that. So that's how you can get the confidence. After verifying this, so you will treatment starts with the beam will on only during the gated window when the tumor enters the gated window. Here you can see how it takes the images. And this is the MLC, HTMLC we offered in this Bharati Medical College, which is a very high definition MLC, which can able to precisely shape the target, as well as it will deliver high dose to the target, as well as very minimum dose to the surrounding tissue, which means when I say very low dose, the very dose steep gradient will be there around the target. Here you can see when it is beam on, it will become yellow. When it is beam off, it will become blue. So that's how it helps you to verify the patient during the treatment. And TrueBeam offers you the flexibility to choose the technology. You can tailor your machine. You can choose different varieties of choices as per your department protocols. So this I will skip it. So the clinical importance of the HTMLC is, if you look at here in this picture, the left-hand side which you're seeing here is the pink one is the target, and the light blue color is the spinal cord. The right-hand side which you are seeing is the dose matrices, where you can see the black regions are the dose distributions. If you look at the white regions in this, particularly these areas, the spinal cord is paired. So this is because in this dose junction area, you will receive very minimum amount of dose due to this high definition MLC. You can achieve this kind of high dose fall-off and a high dose to the target. And the difference, the dosimetric benefits, when you have the very minimum amount of, MLC resolution, the left-hand side, which you are seeing is the millennium MLC. The thickness of this MLC is 5 mm. And the right-hand side, which you are seeing is the 2.5 mm of the resolution MLC. So it is clearly visible that the red color one indicates is the target. The MLC, tip of the MLC, where you can see the minimum gaps are visible. So in these gaps, the radiation dose spillage will be there. But in the case of HD MLCs, you can see the tip of the MLC is well shaped and it takes care of the dose spillages to the surrounding normal tissue. This is how HD MLC will be helping in the treating very high target dose and very minimum dose to the surrounding tissues. When you are treating the SRS, so this HD MLC helps you a lot to give more dose to the target and less dose to this thing. This particularly I want to show you how the MLC resolution acts better than the codes which is available in the dedicated SRS delivery systems. Here I took the Marie Curie photo. The first one you're seeing is the original photo. So this is what we have done is we converted the image into the fluence, and that fluence is irradiated in the portal imaging, where you can see that here left hand side it is getting irradiated and creating the Marie Curie picture. And what we in TrueBeam STX, which is HD MLC, and the right hand side is the older platform, it is the 5 mm millennium MLC. You can see the difference, how the resolution of the high definition MLC. Rather, if you look at the Clinac IX, you will see very blurred images. So this shows that the 2.5 mm MLC gives a high resolution for the dose delivery to the target. So the motion management in TrueBeam is, here you can see that GTV is the gross tumor volume. It is moving up and down. So in this kind of cases, what we need to do is, usually as per the ICRE 62, we do the create ITV extra margins for the motion, as well as we give the setup margin is the planning target volume. So with this, you can see here more region is treated, so that unwanted normal tissue is getting affected in this. So what is the solution to spare this normal tissues is, so we need to get the beam, so we need to reduce the PTV margin. How we can do this? With the TrueBeam technology, we offer the real-time position management and gating solutions. So which can do, here it's a short video which will show you how we will do the gating simulations in the CT room. So this is the therapist, what they are doing is, I will skip this video. Yeah. The first step would be, we offer IR camera and IR reflector, which is the marker blocker, which is placed in the patient body. So this is how the therapist will mark on the patient body, and they will keep the marker blocker like this. So this marker blocker is the 4 dots, which reflects the IR. This is the camera, which I'm talking about, RGSC. So after keeping this, so it will take the patient breathing pattern. So with the breathing pattern as well as the CT data, so you will get the 4D CT. So with this 4D CT, you can plan the patient, you can review the target motion, how much it is going, and that's how you will plan. You can do the phase gating, you can do the amplitude gating, or you can do a breath hold treatment as well. This is the result of gating treatments. After doing the gating, here you can see in this how much spared tissue is there. So with now PTV is reduced and delivering high dose to the target, we achieve the RT aim of the RT. So these are the imaging challenges in radiation therapy. There are technical challenges and clinical challenges. So we need to take acquisition time should be more, artifacts should be less. When it comes to the clinical challenges, we need to address the voluntary and involuntary and breathing, which we cannot have the control on to control it. So with the true beam imaging, you can verify the patient positioning and you can access the motion of the target, as well as you can monitor and track the tumor where it is exactly positioned. Variant offers robotic imaging, which is automatically positioned. You can see the imager is deploying automatically from the console, which just takes 11 seconds. So each and every IGRT patient can be imaged and can be treated more number of patients, the high patient throughput possible with this kind of robotic imagings. We offer versatile imaging starting from 2D imaging, 3D CBCT, gated CBCT, 4D CBCT. So complete versatile imaging with the TrueBeam platform. Here you can see 2D images. We have ME integrated KV imaging, fluoroscopy, so triggered imaging. 3D images we have a CBCT. Every point of view in each and every steps in the radiation oncology you will get. You can do the image, you can verify the patient positioning with this. The first one is on-demand imaging. So what happens is during the treatment, if you want to check the patient position or the tumor position, how it is placed, you can stop the beam, you can tell the machine, take the image and show me how the patient position is. So this is happening on the fly without creating any DRR image, without creating any setup images. On the fly it will create the DRR and it will overlays all your target on OAS and will show you what is your current position at the particular gantry angle. So the second one is the triggered imaging. Triggered imaging, basically you can trigger either KV imaging with the time or MU dose or every gantry angle. So you can tell the machine every particular gantry angle, take the image and show me how the target is positioned. Here the example is shown here is the marker is placed inside the patient, and every particular gantry angle it is acquiring the 2D image and showing whether this marker is within the threshold region or not. So the green circle will shows that if the marker block is within the threshold, it will be beam will be on. If it is going away, the beam will be off. That's the idea of the triggered imaging. I will skip this. The next one is the 4D CBCT. So 4D CBCT allows you to review the motion of the target before you treating the moving targets. So what it does is it acquires the 3D CBCT with the help of the patient breathing pattern and reconstructs it into the 4D CBCT. So here you can see the two images. One is average CBCT left hand side. The right hand side which you are seeing is the maximum intensity projections, where high density regions will be visible clearly. Here you can see the difference. The diaphragm regions are very crisp and clear. And with the 4D CBCT, you can also review the motion where your tumor is landing, whether it is in the planned region or it is going away from the planned region. You can verify with the 4D CBCT. Then after that, you can go for treatment. The mission performance checks is the very interesting feature in the TrueBeam platform. So what it does is, normally any radiation machine, we need to do the quality assurance, right? So this particular mission performance checks feature will allows the physicist to do the quality assurance in just 10 minutes. It automatically does all the QAs and gives you the report to you in every day. The physicists need to just set the phantoms, which we give the isocal phantom. So it takes the images, the multiple gantry angles, and it does reconstructions and gives you the report. And these are the threshold values. When we do the commissioning the machine, this will be the threshold values set by our engineers, and every day you check these values will show whether it is within the region or not. And also you can do the trend analysis with this MPC quality assurances, whether how my machine is performing past 1 week. So this kind of things. When it comes service and support, we guarantee that average uptime of 98.5% overall, and we also have the Smart Connect, where our service engineer sits remotely and they will support for you, and any updates is required, they will do sit with the remotely and they will do it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. Can you hear me? Yeah. Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Purushottam. Now I would request our enthusiastic and working force behind this CME, Dr. Krishna Murthy sir, Deputy Medical Superintendent, Chhatrapati Shivaji Subharti Hospital, to please come and address a vote of thanks.
Finally, the conference comes to an end, and I've been given, as per me, the most difficult thing that anyone can be asked to do. It is to thank the people who were behind this, because there are so many forces, there are so many unseen forces. So it is not possible to mention all of them, and I request everyone कि अगर मैंने किसी का नाम मिस कर दिया तो please forgive me. There is nothing without a vision. What is vision? When you see something जो बाकी लोग नहीं देख सकते, यही vision है. And if there is no vision, there is no hope. Who gave us the vision? So special thanks to the team which gave us the vision, headed by our own Dr. G.S. Bhatnagar sir, my parents Dr. Atul and Dr. Mukti, late Dr. Mukti, Dr. Sandeep Agarwal and Dr. Umang. इन्हीं का ये प्रोजेक्ट था जो कि आज 17 साल के बाद हो पाया है. हम धीमे चले लेकिन हमने मुड़ के नहीं देखा. उसके बाद जो लोग आज आए हैं, द पैनलिस्ट, VC sir, Dr. G.K. Thapalial sir, who is with us, very senior people, Dr. Rath sir, Dr. Chintamani, Dr. Manoj sir, Dr. Kishore, who are very leading radiotherapists of the area, who came and blessed us. People who are part of my family, who have helped us, my sisters, both my sisters, my wife, my brother-in-law and my Subharti family, क्योंकि मेरे लिए सब मेरे परिवार की तरह, बिना इन सब के कंट्रीब्यूशन के ये कोई भी चीज संभव नहीं थी. Now, why are we talking about this team, this setup? Because there was a team that helped to establish it, जिसके अंदर सबसे ऊपर अगर किसी का नाम आता है तो हमारे यहाँ की उस लेडी का नाम आता है जो हमारे यहाँ more than 25 years से जुड़ी हुई हैं, and is the purchase officer of this university is Mrs. Lovely Maheshwari. I also thank Dr. Sunil Malhotra, who's not here. Construction की team late, we lost Mr. Masroor, who was the head of construction in COVID, but बहुत ही बढ़िया construction उन्होंने start कराया. And after he left, my construction team, consisting of Sanjeev ji, Nagar ji, जिन्होंने पूरा सुभारती बनाया है practically. बिजली विभाग दिन रात करके वहां पे कैसे इलेक्ट्रिसिटी लाना, कौन सी चीज करना, एसी की टीम, everyone was there to do something. Special consideration to a fellow, I should say, is similar to my younger brother. आप बड़े से बड़ी मशीन ले आओ, लेकिन चलाने वाला तो है नहीं. आपने रॉकेट मार्स पे भेजा, लेकिन पीछे के जो टीमों कह रही है सॉफ्टवेयर तो मैं आता ही नहीं. So this is Dr. Brijesh. He is the man behind the machine. He is the head physicist of this place. There cannot be anyone who is better than him. अगर ये आदमी अच्छा है तो आपका सारा ट्रीटमेंट अच्छा होगा. This is Dr. Brijesh. दिन रात करके कैसे on record time, इतनी बड़ी मशीन को रिकॉर्ड टाइम में परमिशन नहीं मिलती. He is the fellow who made it possible. सिमिलर, जैसे ये मेरे छोटे भाई की तरह मेरे बड़े भाई नवीन जी जो हमेशा हमारे साथ रहते हैं. टुडेज इवेंट्स की ऑर्गेनाइजिंग टीम, आई वुड से कि जो हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजिंग टीम है, आजकल कंसेप्ट है वर्क फ्रॉम होम, लेकिन इन लोग के लिए जो कंसेप्ट है वो थोड़ा सा अलग है, वो है वर्क प्लेस इज होम। ना खुद सो ना किसी और को सोने दो। ये हमारी जो करंट कोर मेंबर्स की टीम है उनका ये कंसेप्ट है। Our team of technicians, everyone there, डॉक्टर रवि, डॉक्टर सौरभ, MS सर, हमारी जो कोर कमेटी की टीम है। स्पेशल मेंशन ऑफ डॉक्टर अर्चिता, जिन्होंने किसी को जीने नहीं दिया इस समय। She made possible कि every work that is to be done is completed on time. हमारे कंपेयरिंग टीम फॉर IT, टीम फॉर प्रोजेक्शन, जो अभी भी सब काम कर रहे हैं। हमारे स्पॉन्सर्स जिन्होंने इतनी देर तक स्टॉल लगाया। आई थिंक द वर्क ऑफ स्पॉन्सर्स इज द मोस्ट बोरिंग। मार्स होटल की टीम जिन्होंने इतना बढ़िया सेटअप बनाया और हमारे को अब खाना भी अच्छे से खिलाएंगे। एंड लास्टली ऑल आवर गेस्ट, जिनको भी हमने बुलाया है। कहने की बात अगर हम सोचें तो हम और आप एक दूसरे को क्या दे सकते हैं? केवल समय। इसके अलावा ऐसी कोई चीज नहीं है। 2 धड़कनें एक दूसरे को अगर हम दे दें। तो थैंक यू फॉर ऑल द गेस्ट हु हैव कम एंड ब्लेस्ड अस for starting this. Thank you everyone. I request, अरे तो ऑन आवाज आ रही है। हेलो चलो उसके अंदर आएगा। चलो कोई माइक वॉइस की। I request anyone who has not seen the setup as yet, the facility of the radiotherapy, to please accompany us and see the facility there for a detailed explanation that what we have built and what we have brought to this city and this setup. सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि रेडियोथेरेपी पे चलना है।